We'll do it live. Make sure it works. Let's hope it works. We have had some issues in the past. We're switching back and forth between accounts, and OBS is a little bit confused, but it looks like we are up and running. We're on the right channel. We are in fact doing Raid today. We were thinking about doing Pal World. So if you were looking for a Pal World stream, I apologize. We are doing Raid Shadow Legends instead. Now, yeah, that's because there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. I'm in here in Arena just for the moment. Trying to get some things squared away on my Noob versus Pro account. Now, my Noob versus Pro account is semi-retired. I haven't logged into it in like 36 hours. And I would retire it entirely, except that I kind of want to complete this Forge path. So I want to do this and get the Rathalos set. Like, obviously I didn't spend money, but I want to complete, the whole reward track, because this is where you get the 75 extra forge materials, 75 legendary forge materials. So I want to get that, and I also want to get where is it? Oh, did I already complete all of the? No, there's these, right? So you get an accessory set here, and I think you get another one here. So I want to get those, which means realistically I got to play for like another 2 weeks or a week and 4 days, which is like, I'm ready to set it down, but I don't want to set it down without that reward. And I think I've already missed a few things, but I still have the potential of getting it. So I'm doing that on the Noob versus Pro, but really the Noob versus Pro is taking a backseat. All I really need to do is come in and do those things and be done. And that's fine. Oh, that's nice. All right. So I do want to also, at some point, like, get a 1-key nightmare and start working on Ultra Nightmare, but I'm not there right now. Yeah. So that is what it is. This is going to be not great. But we're not really going to watch that. Let's go see who has shown up. MZ, Burso, hey guys. Kieran, good to see you. Richard Clifton, good afternoon, Colred, Son, and everyone else. Son is completing a video right now. He is working on an edit, so he may be hanging out in the chat a little bit, but he is not currently in the voice channel. Lycia? I don't know how you pronounce that. Leah? I could call you Leah. Medusa, good to see you. How's the free-to-play treating you? Hard grind, slow progress. Free-to-play is always treating me the same. It's always the same because it's every different account. So you have to be more specific, right? Every single one of my accounts is free-to-play. I've never paid a dime for Raid on any account. So my main is awesome, and it's treating me very well. My Noob versus Pro is stressful, and I want to put it down. My HH free-to-play challenge account is coming along. I've made some progress this week. Unfortunately, the month ends tomorrow. Like, the month of the first 30 days of the challenge or 28 days of the challenge ends tomorrow. And so they're going to shut it down. They're doing 28-day months for some reason. I don't know why. Because in-game months are 30 days, right? So, but I was hoping to get another couple of days. So I need to collect some points today on the HH challenge account. And I have a ton of shards, so I am looking forward to pulling some shards, probably starting tomorrow. We'll have to see. But yeah. Now, let's see. McKiller, good to see you. MZ says, Cole, are you going for Archer on shard pull or saving for something else? I haven't even looked at it. I would love Archer. I would love Archer on my main. I will be doing the fusion, so I'll be doing the summon rush on my main. That'll start tomorrow, and I'm sure I'll have a video. I'll have a shard pull video out tomorrow because those are always fun. Stephen Markley, good to see you. Leah is fine, mate. Good. All right. Roberto Munoz says, hello, Colbert. How are you doing in the free-to-play challenge? So I'll take a look, because one of the things that I noticed was that this morning the optimizer was not in line with the new patch. And it's been, they've been talking about it for most of the day, but it's still not online. At least it wasn't as of about 10, 15 minutes ago. So I haven't had any recorded points today. I've been, I don't think I've been gaining ground, but I haven't really been losing ground. So let's go ahead and check the website. All right, so here are the leaderboards. Let's just swap over to show the teams. Here's Team YST. And I'm looking, I've got 1,358 points. I have been passed by Jay Warrior, who's doing great. So I haven't gotten any points really in the last couple of days, because I've been focused on Pal World and other stuff. But today's live stream will be doing a bunch of stuff on the new account. Now, the tricky thing is there's a fusion event coming up. Not a fusion event coming up. There's a fusion event. There's a fragment event ongoing. And when I say it's coming up, is that there's like a sort of a delay right at the beginning of this event. And let me actually see if I can pull up. Let me see if I can pull up the calendar here. Calendar. There we go. Okay, so let's go back here. All right, so right here at the top, you can see, the first two events, Fire Night Tournament and Classic Arena Takedown, right? The Dungeon Divers doesn't start until tomorrow. So you don't want to burn any Fire Night energy today, right? You want to get all 2,000 points of energy from that Fire Night Tournament into that Dungeon Divers event if you can. So that means I don't want to spend a lot of energy. I don't want to use any pots. I want to just burn. I just have to burn through my energy for the day. And the question is, do you put the energy from today into Fire Night Tournament and just get some points? Knowing that that's not super efficient, but at least you get the ball rolling. Or do you put points into like getting champions ready for the champion training tournament? Like leveling up some 2 stars to 20 and 3 stars to 30 and just having a backlog bear? Do you spend the energy elsewhere? Do you get into the potion keeps to like, kind of do some maintenance, maybe do some Minotaur to kind of get some champions prepared? And, depending on where your account is and how much energy you have to spend today, that's sort of a debate. Obviously, you could start the Classic Arena Takedown right away. You can just start doing that right away. And so we will be focusing on Arena today. But tomorrow, it gets crazy because tomorrow we have the Summon Rush. So we're going to pull all the shards tomorrow because there's no reason not to pull the shards. That'll give us food for the champion training tournament that starts on Saturday. Likewise, all Friday, like once the Dungeon Divers event is going, that Fire Night's got to be burning, right? That Fire Night's got to be burning. The problem is my Fire Night teams, well, depend. my HH Challenge account, my Fire Night team is not good. So what I need to do is I need to pull some champions, get a good Fire Night champion, level it up in the champion training tournament, and then in this tiny window between Saturday and Sunday, right? Like train them up and then burn through all that Fire Night energy. So what I think I need to do on my HH Challenge account is get the ball rolling on Fire Night because I don't know that the window is going to be great. So I'm going to be a little bit inefficient here. But since I have to use my daily energy somewhere, I'm going to throw it into Fire Night probably, and then do Classic Arena and try to get that off the board before all the craziness happens. The biggest challenge for my HH free-to-play account, I should just call it the challenge account. The biggest difficulty for the challenge account is the artifact enhancements. There are 3 of them. We're talking about 45 to 60 million silver. I have like 7 million silver saved, and I'm only doing like level 10 dungeons. And I don't have I can't go to the forge, right? I can't just go to the forge and make 20 million silver the way I can on my main account. So I have to manage this. And my hope is that I might find a way to squeak all 15 shards fragments out of the champion chase tournament. We'll just have to see. If I can squeak those fragments out, then maybe I can skip the last artifact enhancement or the second artifact enhancement, probably the second one actually. But again, that overlaps just a little bit. The nice thing about artifact enhancement is you can complete the entire event in like 2 or 3 hours. It doesn't take very long, even less if you have the silver. So that's where we are. That's where we are right now. But let's go ahead and jump back. See how we're doing. Okay, 14.84 million. Not phenomenal. That's one key on Nightmare. So on certain affinities, I can get a 2-key Nightmare. The rest of the time, I get a 3-key Nightmare. But okay, so that's what's going on there. Sun for sure will get Archer magic hands. Let's hope so. It'd be nice. Good evening, Hammerhawk. Good to see you. BS free to play 34. Dungeon Divers tomorrow. Yes, exactly. Colred, I am in Red Wardens. My name in clan is MC Crypto or Mick Crypto. Well, good to see you. We got clanmates in the house. That's always nice. All right, Stephen Markley finished Arena on main and one fight away from completing on Lady Aglarana. Then Fire Knight Dungeon Divers tomorrow. Yeah, Arena, especially if you're in Gold 5, Arena is the easiest, by far the easiest event or tournament in the entire Fusion calendar. Hero's Path is confirmed to be Dungeon Divers and Champ Training. How is it confirmed? Who is it confirmed by? I'm curious. Because we're literally posting a video right now, and I don't have that information, so I wish I had that information. I think that's good that it's Dungeon Divers and Champion Training. That's actually helpful. By Plarium? Okay. Let me send that message to Sun. Answering a tweet. See if I can send that to Sun wherever he is. Dungeon Divers and what? Champ Training. Okay. Super raids are back. Yeah, Burso. Absolutely. Champion Training is a grind. And they're throwing so many of them at us these days, but it is also something that we can say I'm in control of, right? There's a certain amount of control that you can apply to a champion training event. You can pre-train stuff, you can use your brews as you're going, you have the method for like getting extra points. So you can pretty much judge whether or not you can complete a champion training event. You know, Hero's Path, I don't know what the point totals are going to look like. If it's, you know, the difficulty is even knowing where the points are coming from, you still don't know how many you need because you don't know what the path is going to look like. Putting Hero's Path into fusion events pisses me off. It really does. Because every other event is predictable. You can look at the last one and you can say, oh, it was this, you know, but with Hero's Path, one is we don't have a backlog of historical records to go look at. We can't say, oh, this is what they've done in the past. And then the Hero's Path can be all these different things every time. So there's so many changes that they can do with that it's just like, it's highly frustrating. They're also putting it at the end of the fusion, like on the second half of the fusion. So you can't like look at it early and say, oh, I can deal with the Hero's Path early, or I can't, and then bail out. So there are going to be a lot of players who fail because they get halfway through and then they get to the Hero's Path and they can't do the Hero's Path. That's just, it's not friendly. It's a very unfriendly move by Plarium, I think, in this regard. And I wish they would stop with the Hero's Path stuff in Fusion. But clearly they know that the point inflation in all the events and tournaments has really pissed people off. And they've kind of stopped pushing those numbers. But they're still trying to find ways to make the fusions harder. You know, and so like the fact that they don't announce the calendar ahead of time anymore, that's one way they make it harder. So they can't, you don't get to figure out ways to save. You can't plan ahead of time. The second way they're doing it is they've introduced the hero's path. The third way they're doing it is like they're forcing you to do both summoning, like both shard events. You have to get at least 5 points from one of the shard events to realistically have a chance. You know, so they're trying to add these wrinkles, and it's like you should be making fusions easier now. It's such a bad call to make fusions this hard. It creates such a bad taste for people. So many people leave the game, or every time a fusion is announced, people stop playing the game. Now, personally, I don't. It doesn't mess with me on my main account because I'm set. I'm good. You know, I've got the resources. All I do is play for fusion. All I do is play for fusions on my main account. So I'll show you. Let me get out of here. Let me get on my main account. Actually, let me make sure I've done this. I need to defeat some more champions. But yeah, so this is something I meant to mention in my video. I didn't mention this week, but I will mention is in order to do these fusions, once you're clearing Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss consistently and you're getting 2 of the top chests there, the only thing you have to do is stop pulling shards during 2x sacred events. That's the one key habit change that you have to buy into. You have to say, I don't pull sacred shards for anything except a fusion. And if that fusion happens to coincide with a 2x sacred shard event or something like, great, awesome. You know, a progressive event, great, awesome. But you have to not pull for progressive events. You have to not pull for 2x sacred shard events. Maybe you could pull for like a guaranteed legendary or something like that, depending on how hard you're saving. And you can do literally every single fusion. But you have to be clearing the top chest of Ultra Nightmare. You have to get 2 of those every day. And you have to stop pulling sacred shards for any other reason but a fusion. And once you do that, you can complete every fusion, even with what they're doing. Like all the other stuff, all the other things that you save, the energy, the gems, all it, those are all easier. Like those are all more manageable in different ways. I mean, just look here. Like I've got almost 10,000 gems here on my Noob versus Pro account. And this is 168 days, right? Like I could do the fusion. I could do the fusion here. Hey man, what's going on?
Hey, I saw your message. Did you want me to?
I want you to try to throw that into the edit. Oh, it's already rendering, is it?
Yeah, it's like over halfway done, so
Okay,
I
don't worry.
can. But
Yeah,
I just
don't
want
worry
to
about
make
it.
sure we confirm what we need to do. Okay.
Yeah. What we'll do is get the video up and
I can add a
then
note.
yeah. Do that. That's perfect. Thank you.
Sounds good.
All right.
Yep. Howdy, everybody. Bye,
Hey,
everybody.
son.
I'll see you in the chat.
Yeah, so what was I talking about? So yeah, so you can do these, you can do all of these fusion events. Like you can absolutely do it. But those two things need to be true. So one, if you're not at Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss yet, that's going to be a lot harder because you just don't get enough sacreds to have. And then 2, you may in fact want to pull during 2x sacred shard events if your account is at a place where that's more valuable than the fusion champion. So, you know, sometimes when I hear people say like, oh, it's impossible to do these as a free to play. One, it's not. You can. Both Sun and I did it last month on our Noob versus Pro accounts, which are 168 days in. So, you know, at the start of that, it was about 140 days. So you can do it. You just need to save a little bit and you need to be conscious. Now, you can actually still pull shards during a 2x sacred shard event. What you want to do is, one, you want to build up mastery shards, right? Mystery shards. You want to build up mystery shards. So you always want to have a nice pool of mystery shards, like 2,000 or 3,000 would be great. And you want to not pull your sacred shards below 4. So you could pull turning 2x sacred shard event, but just hold on to 4 sacred shards. because that'll get you 2,000 points. And usually the points are around 3,150, right? So between mystery shards and at least those 4 sacred shards, usually you can get it done. Or, you know, maybe you don't want to pull below 5 sacred shards if you don't want to have to pull 1,100 mystery shards. But there are all sorts of ways to collect these resources. It's totally possible. It's just not friendly anymore. It's certainly not easy. It's gotten harder. And I really don't like the trend. I just don't like the trend. All right, so let's see. What are we doing here? Oh, we're going to get off this account. We're going to go jump over to the main, which is great. That's what the Thursday stream is all about. I actually get to play my main Raid Shadow Legends account. I'm going to share a couple of secrets with you guys today. Things I haven't told it. All right, let's get these red dots squared away. Okay, 110 in. So here I think I'm still doing some champion training. And the reason I'm still doing champion training is because there's this other champion training event going on that's still 11 hours away. And so I could get some more rewards here. I'm not going to push too hard. I haven't been pushing too hard just because I've been playing Pal World and other stuff. I would have liked to get all the way down here, get the Primal Shard, the Immortal Soulstone, and the Legendary Skill Tome, but it is what it is. But maybe I can pick up some Immortal Soul Essences. Maybe this Ancient Shard. That'd be nice. But yeah, so if we look at this, right? Like, I've got 9 sacred. Now, I don't think I ever pulled to 0. But I got pretty low. I got down to like 1 or 2 not that long ago. Actually, I might have pulled to 0. I think I was going for Archer and I pulled to 0. Demitha and Emic. That's really nice. I'm not pulling Void Shards, but if anybody's pulling Void Shards, you want Emic and or Demitha. But okay, so if you look here at my totals, right? Like, let's say for tomorrow, I use 6 sacreds, call it 6 sacreds, that's 3,000 points. And then I'll use 150 mystery shards, and that will get me my summon rush. And I'll get all 15 points there, and I won't have to worry about anything. I have those 15 points locked away. That means when the champion chase comes around, I only really need the guaranteed, I need to get 5 points at least, but I'll probably go for all 15. And I've already shown this before, but I have the Lady Mikage fusion all ready to go. I have every single champion. I have all of the rares, all of the epics. So I can literally fuse everybody, go all the way up. And I do have extra copies of the epics at this point. But I could just fuse them, right? Depending on how many points, I could fuse the epics. I could fuse a legendary. I could go all the way to Lady Mikage. Now, the reason I've been holding off is simply I haven't had the time to really devote to Lady Mikage. And as soon as I want to use this fusion as an opportunity to get points somewhere. So either during a champion chase or during a CVC. Because this would be a ton of CVC points. This could literally, like a personal CVC, this could be 100,000 points or something. It's a lot. It's like 20,000, 40,000. That gets 70,000. So it's like it's a lot of points. And I just don't have the time to devote to Lady Mikage. I do already have a composition for her in mind. Like, I have a team I want to run with her. I've got actually 2 teams I want to run with her. I've got a clan boss team I'm thinking about. Actually, I have 3. I have a clan boss team I'm thinking about. I have an arena team I'm thinking about. And I have a Fire Knight hard mode team I'm thinking about. The issue is I don't know if I can put her in all 3 simultaneously. I don't think I can. I think the Fire Knight hard mode takes precedence. I think that's the team that if I build her for that, she can't go in the other places. She could still go in arena, I guess, but she couldn't go into clan boss. Now, if I build her for clan boss, I don't think she's going to be fast enough for Fire Knight hard mode. But I can't wait to get her built. That'll be fun. Now, one thing you might notice here, I didn't pull any soul stones during the last event. And I'm glad I didn't, because they literally changed soulstones. They didn't, and I don't think they announced this. Let me know in the comments. Or like, tell me right now, did they announce this change? I don't think they did. I don't remember seeing anything about it, but honestly, I've been a little bit, catching up after COVID. I've been running around like a chicken with my head cut off. But so we're increasing the chance of you summoning perfect souls for your champions on wishlist from times 2 to times 8, which, by the way, is not enough. It should be like a times 20. But fine, times 8 is way better than times 2, right? It's exactly 4 times as good. And then we've increased the odds of summoning souls for legendary champions from each type of soulstone, as well as the odds of summoning 6-star souls. You can view the new odds in the default bubble. All right, this, if they didn't announce this, let me know. Does anybody know if they announced this beforehand? Was this mentioned before this announcement? Has anybody heard about that? Because I did not hear about it. BSF says they did. When did they announce it? All right, if people are saying they did announce it and other people are saying they didn't, then the people who are saying they didn't hear about it, and the people who are saying they did are right? They must have it. Like, if one person heard that it was announced, then it was announced. So I didn't hear about it. When was it announced? Because here's the thing that really got me when I saw this. They just had a Soulstone tournament. They had a Soulstone tournament and it ended like a little bit more than 24 hours ago, right? It ended, today is Thursday. I think it ended on Tuesday. So the question is, did they announce it before the tournament started? Did they announce it midway through the tournament, or did they wait until the tournament ended to announce it? Because it's such a shitty thing to do if they knew this was coming and they held the announcement until after the tournament. It's kind of like when, like, let's say a store would run a promotion on a product and it's like, oh, hey, you can get 5% off of this and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, oh, yeah, it's not like a great deal, but it's like, all right. And they're like pushing, they're telling all their salespeople, push this product. And then literally after they sell all this product, they're like, oh, hey, the new version's out and it's got more stuff in it and it's like the same price. It's like, yay, it's such a good thing. And it's like literally nobody needs it. Right? Everybody just used up all their money to buy the old version of the product and now they're pissed off. And you're like, no returns. It's a sales maneuver. Like it's so mean-spirited. I woke up, I saw this announcement, and I've been in a bad mood all day since then. And I didn't even pull Soulstone. But I'm just thinking about all those people who pulled Soulstones because it's part of this, Titan event, or it was like, let's see, where, I don't even know if it's still up. I don't know if it was a tournament or I think it was a tournament, right? It's still here. Soul Chase tournament. It's still here. And we know how bad these have been. And part of the reason they're so bad is because you don't get good souls, right? So they've improved the chances of getting souls. Like, look at this group. Like, this guy pulled 1,500 points worth of soul stones. There's no way he saved those. He spent money. And then literally this ends. And the next day they announce that they're going to be better rates. Like, this guy probably just spent $500 on soul stones or something. And literally the next day they were like, oh, by the way, that $500 would be worth so much more next week. How crappy is that? It just Plarium being Plarium. It's really unfriendly. First of all, just don't have the tournament. It's so easy to fix this. It's so easy to make this work well. All you have to do is you announce it and you say, hey guys, you've been asking for this. We're doing a change to the wish list. We're increasing your chance of pulling, perfect souls. We're increasing the drop rates for legendaries. And as soon as the update goes live, we're going to start with the Soul Chase tournament. People will be so excited. They'll spend the exact same amount of money and they won't be angry. They won't be angry, or they won't be as angry, right? In fact, you might even entice them to spend more money because they're so excited about the new rates and the new wish list. So potentially you've done it in a way that generates less income and more ill will. And it's It's like a 3-day, like move the tournament 3 days. That's all you had to do. That's all you had to do. What the heck? I've been so angry at Plarium all day. I haven't really worried about Plarium in a while. Like, No Dime December was important to me. It still kind of is. Like, the issue is there. But I don't want to, I don't want to dwell in that space. But today I woke up, I saw that. And now everything that Plarium is doing is irking me. The thing with the schedule where it's like they don't show you the calendar for the Fusion event until the day of. And then you look at the calendar and you're like, there's a hero's path on the second half of it. And they're just like, they're forcing you to do both summon events. I've got this much patience. Yeah. I've got this much patience for Plarium today. I don't want to dwell on it. I'm not going to complain. That's not what this stream is about. That's not what this stream is about. I'm not just going to rant about Plarium all day. Although I know some people like that sometimes. I like to live in a positive space. I can do this fusion. It's going to be fun. And I think she's a good champion. That's where I want to focus. But I just had to get that out there. I've been just irked at Plarium all day. And if you hear a little bit of irritation creeping into my voice, it's not you. It's not me. It's not the family. It's not work. It's not anything else. It's literally, I woke up to that message from Plarium today and I've been irritated all day ever since. So that's all it is. Okay. Yeah, so we want to do a little bit of champion training. That's what we want to do. That's what we want to do. We don't want to complain too much. We want to do some champion training. All right. I do have some food champions here. All right, let me jump back to chat. It's been going a while. Sorry. Does having RSL helper make it easier? Denise asks. Yes, it does. Absolutely. It's made it a little easier to play multiple accounts. I've had a couple of times where I've been able to do like a bunch of champion training and just like let it run, let it auto run because I've had several hundreds of energy. I haven't dived too deeply into the RSL helper like options, but just alleviating a little bit of the amount of time I have to spend in the day clicking buttons and looking at screens. That's very nice. Did you miss the shitstorm about this path thing already? I guess you didn't. That was it. Oh yeah, juicy secrets. Yeah, I'll share a couple of things later on. Soon. Is White Queen worth going for free to play? That's a good question. The short answer is yes. I'm certainly going for her, Rabia. So I think she's a good champion. Here's the thing. If you take away everything else, if you don't have a really reliable cleanser or reviver, she's good, right? She's tanky. She's way tankier than like Rector Drath, for instance, who I love, and she's another good single target reviver. Now, Rector Drath provides healing, not cleansing, and it's the other way around for this champion. But I think she's got some really interesting potential for some creative problem solving. In her A1, she's going to be part of interesting duo teams. You're going to see the theory crafters put together really interesting solutions using her A1. So that's going to be, her value is going to go up over time. They said there was going to be a change, but no details. Is that okay? Content creators mentioned it in their videos. This is the thing Plarium doesn't understand. The content creator program is not just like your PR wing, right? Like they have their own, they're players. They're players first. Like you should announce that kind of change, right? MZ says, if you get in the content creator program, you will also know faster. Yeah, I've applied twice. I've never heard back. I didn't hear a no. They never said like, no, we've processed your application and we're not interested. They've literally just never returned. I mean, they've never answered. So I have no idea what's happening. I'm assuming at this point that I will never get into the content creator program. That's what I'm assuming. It's been like 3 months. I've applied twice. I'm going to apply one more time. And then if it doesn't happen, it just doesn't happen. Joshua Lynch says, no notification. I feel robbed. I'm livid. Yeah, I would be totally pissed if I pulled soul stones for the tournament. Alpha Shark, same thing. Sorry, I'm really sorry to hear that. You know, I'm sorry for people who invested heavily in the Soulstone thing. I didn't for two reasons. One is I didn't have enough Soulstones to really make a dent, right? I'm free to play, and it's like, okay, if I can't really get significant rewards, I may as well keep saving. Now, I guess there's another thing, which is that I have a lot of good souls. I could use more souls for Centranos, right? I could use more good souls for Centranos. So it's not like I wouldn't get any value out of it. But the other reason I didn't is because I had the feeling that later on there would be an event where there might be more value. That was just a feeling. Things have been developing and changing, and it feels like, you know, I wanted to keep an eye out. I didn't suspect what happened. I didn't think they were going to buff anything. I was like shocked. I mean, and it's really weird. It's like, it's good news that pissed everybody off. This is how bad Plarium is at this, like, this idea. You know, like, it's good news. They buffed the wish list. They buffed your chances of getting rare souls and 6-star souls. All of those things are good things. And literally everybody's pissed off because the way they did it. So, you know, I'm glad I saved it. The other reason that I saved is, no, what did I say? Because I didn't have enough points to matter, because I thought that something might change. And ultimately, like, I feel like my souls are in a pretty good place, even though I do need some for Centranos. I have some good souls that I could actually use. I'll show you here. Like, I have a 5-star Narma soul. So like I could build Narma, you know, and have a 5-star soul, and that would help me in Centranos. At the very least, I could at least ascend to her and build her at 5 stars. I mean, she's a poisoner, I think. If I remember correctly, she's got like a 4-turn cooldown on something that makes her a little bit less viable. I haven't looked at her in a while. Where is she? Oh, she must be in the vault. In the reserve vault? Where is she? There she is. So, increasing the duration of 3 random debuffs on the target by 1 turn. I like that a lot. I could really use that. That would be good. This is a great 100. No, not 100%. 100% chance of decreased attack debuff for 3 turns. That's nice. Heals allies. That's nice. And then here's the poison sensitivity. So it has a 100% chance of placing 3 poison debuffs for 3 turns on a 4-turn cooldown. That's nice. I mean, I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 6, 12, 16 books. Is that real? 4 and 6 is 10. And 6 is 16 books. Maybe that's why she doesn't get used that much. 16 books is too many. That's way too many. I kind of like her kit, but I wouldn't run her unbooked. You want the 100% chance and the cooldown on the poisons. You want the 100% chance and the cooldown on the decreased attack. I mean, she's clearly a clan boss damage dealer, and she's probably a really good one. I mean, this 60% chance of increasing the duration of 3 random debuffs on the target. Like, if you're doing poisons, I would run her with a poison activator, right? You know, run her with Dark Kale or something like that, and you know, get tons of poisons out there. Poison sensitivity. I mean, she seems nice. Anyway, my point being that I have champions with good souls that I still have to build. You know, I have others as well. I've got a 5-star soul for Master Butcher, who's only level 40, so it's like I'll probably run him up to 50. You know, I've got other good champions too. I've got a 4-star soul for Skull Crusher. I got to level him up. I would probably use Wuzgar. I think Wuzgar could be great because anytime he's available, he's a perfect Fire Knight champion, right? Perfect Fire Knight champion. I've got Uragrim with a 5-star soul. Uragrim is beautiful. He's a cleanser and a healer and a poisoner. You know, so I've got some champions. I mean, Gizcard, only a 2-star soul there. Carlinia. There's some other good champions here. I mean, nobody real Burn Giri I want to get built. You know, nobody like that I'm in a rush to get built, but some good champions that are, you know, got some souls. So I'm like, why do I need more souls at the moment? Like I have this full soul collection that is just, you know, like I don't have a lot of room. I've got all of these souls. Some of these I could clear out and sell probably. But, you know, and of course I'm holding on to like the 3-star Krisk with the hopes that I pull a Krisk in the future. You know, I've got these mythics up here, hoping I pull those, you know, like 5-star Solus, 3-star Dracomorph, you know, 3-star Siphi. So I don't own any of these champions, but if I pull them, you know, I want to have those available. Especially now, you know, especially now that Cintranos is out. All right, so let's make sure we've got our passes done for today. That's nice. You need to get into arena a little bit as well. We do have 10. Let's just make sure that that's always ticking. I don't like sitting at 10 out of 10. All right. Hammerhawk says Plarium needs a few hits with the stick of friendship. Oh, the stick of friendship. That was so much fun. I really enjoyed the stick of friendship. I'm glad you did too, Hammerhawk. So if people don't know what we're talking about, I did a Pal World stream on Sunday. So we're playing Pal World. Son and I are playing Pal World. We launched a new channel and we played Pal World. And the way that game works is you collect pals. Pals, they're kind of like Pokemon, right? They're totally Pokemon. But you collect them. And the way you collect them is you attack them, you beat them within an inch of their lives, and then when they're weak, you can enslave them in an orb, right? Like you throw this sphere at them and you trap them. So literally, like, you're creating friends by beating them to death. And so I was just calling my weapon, my spear, my stick of friendship. And we were having fun. It was a really fun time. I've been enjoying that game. There's a lot going on. All right, let me just run through chat real quick. Leah, I applied to one of your clans on Discord. Wish me luck. Good luck. We have a few spots available, especially for later game players. We still have like 8 spots or something in our top clan in the cluster. We could use a few more. So if you're there, that'd be great. If not, if you're a little bit lower, there might be a little bit of a waiting list. We'll have to see. Joshua Lynch, we need the next free gear removal. Yes, we do. Caveman. Is there any free-to-play content creator in the program? I think there are a few. Yeah, I think there are a few. Saf isn't in it either for a different reason. Saf is technically not in the content creator program because he creates content on a channel that isn't his. And that's one of the rules for the content creation program. In fact, it might be even a YouTube rule. Like, he doesn't qualify for a lot of the content creator status because technically he's doing it as part of a business for somebody else. So it would be like, you know, if you worked for, I don't know, like just any company, if you worked for Sears or Home Depot, or does Sears exist anymore? You worked for Home Depot or Chevrolet or something, and you had a channel that created content for Chevrolet, you technically are not the content creator. Chevrolet is, right? You're just there. You're just a hired person for them. And so you don't technically qualify for content creator status, at least for Plarium. I don't know that that's fair. I think he should have access to, if anybody should have access to the test server, it should be Saf, right? Like, that would be great. Hey, OG Stamp, good to see you. Crop, I have heard that Mullet Reaver pulled a cold heart today. I did just hear that like 10 minutes ago. It's in the content creator chat. So there's like a special channel for the chat in HH's Discord, and so we can talk to each other. And yeah, so he posted that. Got here late. Did Cole talk about the fusion? I haven't talked much about the fusion yet. Let me get this going, by the way. Which account am I on? I always got to know which account I'm on to know which team I'm actually fighting with. Okay, so there we go. So yeah, I'll talk about the fusion in a little bit. I have talked about it a little bit, but Narma the librarian, right? Yeah, the fusion is good if you have no cleanse. Steven says, time to get my butt out of Plat Arena. It's still bonkers in there. I haven't been in Plat Arena in like a year and a half. And I never finished the day in Plat Arena. Like I've gotten into Plat Arena, I don't know, half a dozen times, but never been able to stay there because the reset happens really, really late at night. And so I just wasn't able to stay up, and you really have to play until the last second. And my team wasn't good enough to just stay there easily. And I think it's harder now. I think this was maybe right around the time empowerment happened. And once empowerment happened, it was never going to happen. Like I was never going to stay in Plat because I just didn't have access to like +4 champions. So it was a while ago that I got into Plat, and I haven't tried. So if you're in Plat, congrats. But yeah, it's crazy. It is a crazy experience. All right, so let's see what else is going on. Good afternoon, Cedric. Good to see you. Yeah, Medusa, it is unfortunate that Saf isn't, because he's got crazy good insight into the game. I mean, he's like a data analyst. Like he breaks it down. I guess he's also a coder. He goes into the source code and they break it down and they look for things, and and he's very math based. So he's very good at the analytics there. It's really interesting to watch his videos. I actually think there are several content creators that are in the program that are free to play. I think there are. And there are others who qualify, but it just feels like they haven't been paying attention to applications. Maybe I'm wrong. I came across a video like 3 weeks ago, maybe a month ago, from a content creator who had like 1,500 subs. And he announced in the video that I came across that he had just gotten into the content creator program. I had never heard of him before. I forget who it was. He seemed like a nice guy. He seemed like he had decent content, but he was small. And, his video was entitled like, Plarium's newest content creator or something like that. And so I was just kind of curious. And he was like, yeah, I applied and I got in. And it was like, you only need 1,000 members to get into tier 1. And I think you need it's like 3,000 and then 8,000 or something to get into tier 3. So clearly I qualify. But, it took him like a week or two, not to get the subs, but to get the actual application processed. So I don't know why, but Cedric says, I got 10 mod fragments from my first 10 chests, which doesn't seem all that bad. Anyone grab more? That's great. Tell me, Cedric, because I'm curious. Did you get multiple fragments from one chest? And did you get multiple rewards from one chest? Or is it one reward per chest? Hey, a Great Dane. I haven't done that. In fact, I could do that now. If anybody's interested. Let me just... need to do one more battle here. So, well, whatever. 6 minutes. So the mod thing is something I wanted to talk about today. All right, so here it is, right? There's this, and it says each chest will contain one of the following rewards at random, and one of the rewards is just 5 brews. One of the rewards is just a 3-star chicken. One of the rewards is just 1 superior potion. These strike me as awful. Okay, and then you get 1 to 3 shards potentially. I'm tempted to not pull, right? I'm tempted to just hold on to them for now in the hopes that they will buff these drop rates or rewards a little bit. Not even the drop rates, but just like make it 3 3-star chickens, 2 4-star chickens, and 1 5-star chicken or something like that. You know, like that's make it 25 brew. Don't make it 25 brews. Make it 125 brews. Like brews are stupid. Take brews out, right? Take the potions out. Like we don't want that. Chickens and books and fragments, and that's it. Or throw shards in. Like give us a chance at a primal shard, right? Or a void shard or a sacred shard. But these brews and potions have to go. And so I'm tempted to just not pull. Like I think I'll just hold on to it in the hopes that they buff it, and it'll take a month. It'll probably take a month. But hopefully they buff it in a month. And the thing is, everybody's pulling today. So like from Plarium's logic, oh great, everybody used up all their fragments. Now we can buff it. You know, it's like they want to give you less rather than more. But it's like, hey, we're always going to introduce something a little bit worse than we know that it's going to end up. But that way people spend more on the higher price point, and then we lower the prices later, and everybody's happy that we lowered the prices, except for the people who spent all the money, which is what you really wanted in the first place. So, to be fair, though, she's awesome. I think she's very good. I want her. You know what I mean? I want her. I want her bad. That's going to be good. All right, let's talk about the fusion a little bit. My video's coming out, by the way. It might even be up. Sun was working on that early. All right, so here's the thing about White Queen and Korra. Forget her kit for a second. Look at her stats. 111 base speed. 1211 defense with 20,805 HP. She is very tanky. That is really good tankiness out of a support champion. Think about champions that are revivers that you want tanky, right? Like, okay, let's go look at Pythion. You know, 21, 135, so it's about 300 extra HP, and defense 1299, so like, what's that? 80, 88 extra defense, but less speed, right? So roughly equivalent to the tankiness of Pythion. A little bit worse, just a tiny, tiny step down, like really tiny, almost negligible step down from Pythion. Look at some other supports you want tanky. Now, if you have a defensive-based support, like you think, okay, like Scylla the Drakes, you look at Scylla the Drakes, you think she's a support, but look, she's listed as a defensive-based champion. So her defense is going to be a lot higher. Her HP pool is only a little bit lower, so it's less than 1,000 less defense, and it's, you know, 160 something, 170 more defense. So she's tankier, but a lot slower, you know. So, but still, if you compare her to any epic supports, look at any epic supports, right? Jamarsa, okay, 19,3, 1079. So versus 20,850 and 1211, I think. So, you know, significantly tankier than the vast majority of epic supports, and probably on par with more, not the tankiest of supports in the legendary rarity, but as tanky as a lot of them. Let's look at the dwarves. They have some tanky support. Like, let's look at Underpiece Brogni here. You know, he's got 2,000 more HP, about the same defense. But this is, you know, about as tanky as you get for a support. So I would say she's, you know, probably in the top quarter of tankiness for supports. That would be my guess. So that's really nice. So she's very survivable. She's got a speed aura with 111 speed. That's really, I mean, the fact that she has 111 speed, like, even though you take maybe a little bit of tankiness off the top from the tankiest supports, she's running faster than almost every support who is in that vicinity. Like, the supports who run at 111 or faster It's like Lady Kimmy runs at 115, right? But she's less tanky, although she's tanky enough, and she's got a little bit better attack, you know. But it's like, so every time you get speed, you lose tankiness for the most part, you know. And it's like 111 speed is fast, very fast, which I like. So anyway, you know, stats wise, I really like her stats. She has 40 base resistance, which is nice for a cleanser and reviver. We don't have a lot of champions who are cleansers and revivers. I mean, we have some. We definitely have some, but who are cleansers and revivers who have an AoE cleanse. This isn't only a single target revive, but this is a very good single target revive. 75% turn meter plus decreases the turn meter of all enemies by 10%. So it's a really nice single target revive on a 3-turn cooldown. That's pretty good. You know, if you compare that, like, think about some other single target revivers. Again, let's go back to Scylla the Drakes. First of all, it's on a 4-turn cooldown. It's just not on a 3-turn cooldown. And this is 50% HP and 50% ally protection buff on them for 2 turns. I think they come in with no turn meter. They just get the passive turn meter regen. So, you know, they basically come in and they need the ally protection and not get instantly nuked out. So the difference here is it goes from a 4-turn cooldown to a 3-turn cooldown and gets 75% more turn meter for the cost of the ally protection, you know. Who's another single target reviver? Elva. Let's look at Elva. Right, so this is a single target revive, 40% HP, 50% turn meter, and then increase defense and increase attack on for 2 turns. This is on a 3-turn cooldown, so this is maybe more comparable. So you're giving away 10% HP and 25% turn meter. And what you're gaining in its place is increased defense and increased attack. The increased attack doesn't play on everybody. The increased defense is nice, right? But so, you know, it's fairly close to an elf. Like, these seem pretty comparable, right? You trade away 10% HP and 25% turn meter for an increased defense and an increased attack on the same cooldown. That feels about the same. So she's got an Elva level single target revive. That's a good revive. That's a very good revive. And then her cleanse removes all buffs from all allies, places a shield buff on them equal to 25% of this champion's max HP for 2 turns. And then fills the turn meter of allies by 10%. This is on a 3-turn cooldown. Now, I was trying to think of a comparable skill. This is a bit of a weird skill, and like most cleanses, you want, like, so, all right, so let's talk about like the best cleansers in the game. Forget Cardiel for a moment, who is one of the best cleansers in the game. But let's look back at Python, who we were just looking at. So Python's cleanse on a 3-turn cooldown, AoE cleanse, heal by 10% of their max HP, and an extra 5% for each debuff removed from them. So you could get up to like a 20 or 25% max HP heal of the target's heal, like each champion's HP, right? So not his HP, which would be nice, but their HP. And then you get the block debuff. So the block debuffs is huge because sometimes that's the skill you want. You don't want the cleanse, you actually want the block debuff, right? But so let's just take the first part for a second. 3-turn cooldown, full cleanse, heal of up to, call it 25%. And then we look at her. Full cleanse, 3-turn cooldown, and a shield of 25%. But the shield is this champion's max HP. So that portion is in some ways better than Python's cleanse, right? It has the same exact cleanse on the same exact cooldown. But instead of a 10 to 25% heal, you get a 25, it's always 25% maximum HP. And it's this champion's. So that means it's going to be a much bigger shield on like your squishy champions than the heal that you would get from Python. Additionally, if you're maxed out on health, the heal doesn't help, whereas the shield goes on top of any full health champion. You'll always get the value of the shield. It never gets wasted. So the first part of this cleanse is actually better than Pythion's cleanse. Now, that's not the whole picture. It's clearly not the whole picture, right? The second part of the cleanse is not as good. The block debuffs buff is so incredibly valuable, and that's way, way more important than just filling the turn meter of all allies by 10%. So as a result, I think this is a worse cleanse than Pythion's. But my point being that mechanically, like if the first part is what you need, if the first part is the value, then it's still on par with some very good cleanses. Once you throw White King Narcissus onto the team, the Strengthen is just, that's a crazy addition. That's such a good addition. So basically you're getting 2 buffs. You're getting a shield and a Strengthen. It's a nice big shield that's going to be hard to remove now without a buff strip, right? Because that Strengthen is going to reduce the damage that you're taking. Plus the turn meter fill of all allies. So I would say without the duo, it's an above average cleanse. With the duo, it's on par with the best cleanses in the game. She's going to become much more powerful if you have White King Narcissus. Especially this A1 is crazy. I mean, all of these things are so good. The revive on White King Narcissus is so good. There are going to be all sorts of cool solutions to her kit. Like, she's going to create a new meta. Like, the duo is going to create a new meta, not just for PvP, which is what everybody's talking about because he's, clearly a great PvP champion. But I think they're going to create new metas in like some of the dungeons as well. Now, if we look at him real quickly, I want to see his numbers because I haven't seen his numbers yet. 24,000 HP, 1,277 defense, 101 speed. It's a cool looking champ. A little bit of a different looking champ, which I like. I really like the kind of the mummy king vibe here. It's pretty cool. There are some like touches of sort of an Egyptian aesthetic mixed with like a European aesthetic. It's a little bit weird. It's a little bit strange. Like they kind of blended some cultures to get this guy, but he is cool looking. Let's look back at her for a second. Yeah, I mean, she's also mummified, right? She's got a mummy style going on. I'm getting a little of like a... I mean, it's very, fantastic, but maybe a little bit of like a Byzantine kind of feel to her. I don't really see Egyptian in this. I'm not an expert or anything. I'm just, based on what you see in history books and in museums and stuff. Okay. So anyway, I think she's a very cool champion. I think she's worth going for. My plan was to make a play for the Fusion champion on my challenge account, my HH challenge account. And based on the calendar, what's going to happen basically, let me see, I'll scroll. All right. There we go. Sorry about, oh, come on. There we go. All right, so based on this, I think that, I'm going to be pulling shards during the summon rush anyway. The Fire Knight tournament, like the tournaments are going to be hard because I'm only clearing like stage 11 in most of the dungeons right now. So really what's going to happen is I'm going to have to pull some interesting champions during the summon rush, level them up during the champion training, and be able to do better in the spider tournament. Like I need to push spider, I need to push dragon, I need to push ice golem. So if I can finish the Fire Knight tournament and the classic arena takedown, the dungeon divers is going to be tricky. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that, but I will know by Saturday, realistically, whether or not I can go for it. So the good news is I don't have to waste all my resources. I don't have to chase the whole thing. I'll know by Saturday whether or not I have a chance. And so that's the plan. The plan is to play it for the first 3 days, today, Friday, Saturday, or at least some of Saturday, and see where I stand. It will be a stretch. It'll be hard to get, you know, we're less than 30 days in. I've never in my entire raid career tried to complete a fusion before 4 months. Before 120 days. I've never tried. And this isn't necessarily the friendliest of fusion. If it were the Zinogre fusion, I think I could do it, right? This fusion seems harder than that, but there's a chance. There's a small chance that I could pull this off. And I think that would be great. I think she would be like, when, you know, we're talking about kits, like if I get her on my challenge account, I mean, the shield and the cleanse, huge. Terminator fill, great. You know, the revive, great. The ability to protect one champion from getting CC'd, awesome. All of this requires books, but it's not a crazy number of books. And the nice thing about it is all of the books go into really good additions. So you have one damage book here. That's it. And you have one shield book here, which by the way isn't a waste. And then everything else is a cooldown or a debuff chance. So, you know, here you've got 3 books on the passive, unfortunately. So 3, 5, 7, 10 books total. You know, get her booked out on the main account. Get Rathalos booked out. I'm sorry, main account. Get her booked out on the challenge account. Get Rathalos booked out on the challenge account. And those are your 2 legendaries. So they're literally the only 2 legendaries I'm going to get for the entire 90 days. You know, unless I do another fusion, like, you know, in the 3rd month or something. But so all you need is 20 books. You know, you need to get to 20 books by the end of the 2nd month or something, which I might be able to stretch and do. But anyway, let's keep doing some of this. I need some uncommon. There we go. So yeah, so that's where we stand with the fusion. Crystal says, I hope I can get this fusion. Will be my first try at a fusion. So I will say this, Crystal, if you have planned and saved, you've got a shot. And the biggest issue will be like knowing how the events feel, like how it takes to complete the events in terms of time, energy, and all that stuff. So like if you leave a champion training to the last minute and try to do it all, like you're just not going to have enough time. Or, you know, maybe you don't normally do arena that much and you're like, oh, it probably won't be that hard. But then, you know, you're stuck, like, you know, trying to do, like, you don't get, you know, refreshes. You don't want to spend gem on refreshes and you're trying to, like, you know, complete the last 25 wins you need or something. So you have to wait until 4 a.m. one night. That happens on fusions. And it still happens to me on fusions where I'm like, oh, I should be done with this by midnight. And then I'm still up at 3 a.m. So that's kind of the big thing. Like, will you fail it? Not because you didn't save enough resources, but because you as a player aren't used to going after a fusion. And so you misjudge things, or you just run out of gas, you burn out, you know, that can happen as well. But I wish you good luck. Definitely keep checking in with the community. You can get advice on completing the fusion in the Discord community. It's great. And yeah, it's definitely doable. It's doable, but it's, you know, it's a challenge. I like that it's a challenge. I don't like how tricky they've gotten with the challenge. But anyway. Swamby says, I think only Pythion, Raglan, and Elva have a full team cleanse and a revive, like in the same kit. Well, Raglan has a single target revive. It's a very good single target revive, but Raglan is so you have the cleanse here, right, and a heal. And the heal is proportional to this champion's attack, which is a bit weird. And then you have the revive with 75% HP and full turn meter. This is maybe the best single target revive in the game, which is weird because there are AoE revives that are better. But this may be the best single target revive in the game because it's on a two-turn cooldown. You know, unfortunately, her kit is underwhelming. She needs a little bit of a rework. it would be cool if they gave her a little bit more on this A2 or at least gave you a cooldown reduction here because it's on a 4-turn cooldown. And then I don't know, maybe so, she could use a passive. That's what she could use. Like, okay, so leave this alone. Attacks the enemy 3 times, fills a turn meter of 3 random allies by 15%. Allies can only have their turn meter filled once by the skill, which is okay. So you can't like get 1 turn meter really going. If you took this restriction away, she'd make a really interesting duo champ, right? She'd make a really interesting duo champ. So potentially take this restriction away, convert one of these books, like put the 30% HP in 3 books as opposed to 4 books. So 10, 10, and 10. And then make the last one a cooldown reduction. Leave this alone. This is fine. And then add a passive, right? And the passive could be something like counterattack, has a 50% chance of counterattacking whenever an ally is attacked on 1 turn cooldown or something. No, it'd have to be better than that. But a counterattack or a shield or a heal or some kind of additional, passive here to just bring her online in terms of power a little bit more. Maybe even like increases her attack over time, like stacks her attack so that her heals get bigger, or at the very least, something like heals increased by 50% for allies under 50% HP. I don't know, something. She needs something creative here to make her kit a little bit more interesting, more valuable. But I do think taking away this thing would be kind of interesting. The one upside to this maybe is that it's predictable. But when did you care? Like in a duo, like it's predictable in a duo, right? Or it's predictable in any team that's 4 or less. Or I guess 3 or less, because she could probably have her turn meter filled. I'm not sure. I know it says allies, but allies usually means the whole team. So I have her. You can see I have her on this account. I've never built her. I was excited to get her, kind of. I mean, she's a Void legendary. And then I read up about her and I'm like, oh, she's been power crept. Like, she is not good enough anymore for me to really get excited about her as a Void legendary. If she were a regular legendary, she would still be kind of, like, what does she need to be Void for? I don't know. Let's ascend a champion. Who shall we ascend? Who do we need to ascend? Let's ascend what's her face. We were just talking about her. Narma? Let's get her ascended. Start working her ascensions. We got a 5-star soul for her. May as well. She could definitely be a Centrano solution for something. All right, we need to do some tag team. We need to get all this done. There's also a tag team tournament going on, I think. Okay. Hey, Dinky. Good to see you. Danielle keeping fish. Lanai. Big Pops. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. They're Byzantine, that's what they feel like. Wipe says, do I need her if you have Elva? If you're talking about the new champion, yes and no. I mean, is it critical if you have Elva? No, Elva's great. Elva's phenomenal. And there's enough overlap there that you could say, like, in most content, Elva would maybe even be better in some ways, right? So do you absolutely need her? No. But here's the question. What about faction crypts? What about Centranos? What about Doom Tower? What about Doom Tower's secret room? What about other places? Can you use them together? Do they help each other? It's like, so, and then the other question is like, what are your resources? How easy is it going to be to get the fusion? I don't like passing up on fusions on my main account. I just don't like passing up on fusions anymore. I still do. I mean, last year I got 9 of the 13 fusion. I attempted 10, failed 1, passed on 3. And of the 3 that I passed on, 2 I passed on because I thought they weren't good champions, and 1 I passed on because I was completely burned out and I just didn't have the personal energy to get it done. I didn't pass on anybody because I didn't have resources, right? Because at this point of the game, like I've learned how to manage my resources enough that, and I'm advanced enough that I always have the resources. I can do 100% of the fusion. So if you're in that situation where you can just do the fusion, I think passing on a fusion is always questionable. Regardless of even if they're, I mean, they have to clearly be very weak. She is interesting enough that I think she's going to have solutions that are specific to her that people are going to discover. And like I said, I think her power, the opinion of her power in the community will rise over time, I think. And then, as Swambi said, I think everyone should go for her just in case you pull the Void Lego. She's pretty good on her own, but with the King, they are both very strong. Yeah, so, I mean, you have a very small chance of pulling him, but imagine if he's your first or second Void Legendary and you passed on her. Like, how bad would that feel? Because you'd be looking at an A+ tier Void Lego who would be God tier if you had his duo. So I think having her in the vault, even if you're not really using her that much, having her in the roster, I think she brings value. I think she brings value. I think you're going to find, and the thing about like Elva, let's say you have Elva. Where are you using Elva? How is she built? Is it possible that you free Elva up by taking on some of Elva's responsibilities with Ancora, right? Or vice versa. So having like 2 champions who do the same thing sometimes allows you to build those 2 champions slightly differently or focus them in slightly different areas, which can actually make them both more effective at what they're doing. So, there's also that situation. So is she a must fuse? I don't think there's ever really a must fuse. I think the 2 must fuses I've seen in my career in Raid were Helicath and Newt. I think every other champion that I've seen, you could have passed on and been like, for whatever reason, that was an okay path. There are a lot of those champions in there that you would, I mean, like Pythion, Mighty Uko. There are a ton of really good champions in there. In that span that you wanted, but you could have passed on. Emic. Yeah. But I think the 2 must fuse. The only 2 that I've ever seen where it's like you do not want to pass this up because it will literally it'll hurt you for forever is Newt and Helicath. Stephen Markley says, Call Red, you can miss 10 points altogether, see what you get from Summon Rush, then decide what to skip. Yeah. Yeah, you can only miss 10 points. So if you can do the champion chase in its entirety, then that gives you 10 free points. However, if you can't, if you can only get 5 points from the Summon Rush or 5 points from the champion chase, you have to complete the other one and every single event. You can't miss a single event. So 10 points is not a lot of points to be able to skip. Do I have my stick of friendship all cleaned up? It's no, it's decorated in the essence of friendship created. I don't know what you want to call it. It's covered in blood. Covered in blood. But that's what you have to do to make new friends, apparently. What about Plarium breaking their promise not to add a full team counterattack champion to the game again? I'm not aware of that promise, and I'm also not aware of it broken. Was there a new AoE counterattack champion added to the game? I'll have to check into that. I haven't looked at the new champions. I want to look at it. We'll take a moment to look at the new Bannerlord guy. Okay, so this isn't the guy, right? This is the guy. This is the guy. All right, so we've got this new passive aura where it's like a double aura, but it applies. You only get the second bonus for Bannerlords, and then you get these Bannerlord Unity skills, right? And it happens in multiple places. So Unity, so I kind of like the concept behind it, but I don't trust Plarium to pull it off in a way that's like friendly. It's just like, and they said something about not being able to get these champions from shards. Like you can't pull this guy from a shard. I don't know exactly how you're supposed to get them. They're like guaranteed events. But let's see. Let's see what it says here. You pull Acelin. So these champions cannot be summoned from any shard. Yeah, he's here. Acelin the Stalwart. He's the last champion. You can't pull him from a shard. That's really frustrating. There's a normal legendary that's not a fusion champion that now you can't pull from a shard. Do we know how we're going to get him? I don't know how we're going to get him. If it's going to be like a Titan event. Plarium is making more and more moves that are not free-to-play friendly. It started probably, I mean, it started with Primal Shards. It moved into Xena. The Monster Hunter, you know, collaboration is not free-to-play friendly. And now they're starting to do stuff like this. And it feels like maybe they've just given up on making the game free-to-play friendly. They've moved in a direction where they're like, no, we want more money. I don't know what to say about it. I love the game. But some of these moves really make me question whether or not I want to stay committed to a game where it feels like I'm not wanted. I still think it's a really great free-to-play challenge, and I'm really enjoying it. And I do think, like, based on my experience with the Noob versus Pro and with the HH challenge, like, there's still space for the free-to-play player in the early and mid game. There absolutely is. You could play this game for 6 months and have a ton of fun at completely free-to-play and make great, you know, progress and all that stuff. But it feels like at the end game, they don't want free-to-play end game players. They want to convert those free-to-play players into spenders, you know, with a friendship stick. I mean, this is Plarium's idea. Plarium and Pal World have something in common, right? They make friends at the point of a stick. It's like, no. We want you here. We just want you spending money. So, all right. Get back to Arena for a second. All right. I'm sorry. I'm falling behind chat here. I'll try to catch up. Freaky Gamer says, "Hi, all, good day. Well, kind of my speed tune broke and I don't know why. I didn't change anything. Did you buy an area bonus? Did you change the speed? What else could have changed? Did you check your masteries? Maybe you have Cycle of Magic on somebody you shouldn't have on somebody, and maybe it just didn't show up before. I don't know. Somebody asked about ideas on blessings. I think some of the changes were for the better. Some of the changes were for the worse. I like the idea that they put stats on all of the blessings. Maybe that's what it is. By the way, if you have a blessing on somebody, you get speed now on a blessing that you didn't know about before. So if you go here to blessings, right? If you have the 6-star blessing, you get speed. So if you had a 6-star blessing and they added the speed, they changed it. I think it was like 6 before or 7, and now it's 10 or 15. Now it's 15 actually on the legendaries. So that might have changed. That might have broken your speed tune. I like the fact that they added all of the stats for all of the champions, and they kind of did like what I don't like is, I guess, sort of the way they distribute it. I'll have to look through all of the blessings because I don't actually know how all of the let's look at all of the blessings. So it's HP for the first star and attack for the second, right? And it seems like it's HP attack, and then it's defense and HP and crit damage. defense HP crit damage, defense HP crit damage, defense HP crit damage. It's different amounts. No, it's different. It's 15, that's 38. 38. 38, okay. Defense HP and resistance and accuracy down here. So at least, I guess they normalized it, right? Like you always get HP and attack for the first two, then you get defense, HP, and crit damage for the next two, and then you end up with either resistance and accuracy for 5 and your speed for 7 or for 6. At least it's predictable at this point. And the thing that I like is that they changed the early stat gain to HP because literally every champion can use HP, right? Like there's no champion that doesn't need more HP. So it's, you know, what I always hated before was picking a blessing that made sense for the effect but didn't make sense for the stat. Now attack-based champions are getting more value out of the blessings than defensive-based or HP-based champions, but it's not that much. It's just, you know, a little bit. I mean, 750 stats for a legendary. It's not nothing. It's not nothing. But I think that's a good change. And I think it's great that they show that they're, you know, willing to do those kinds of things. That they're willing to actually go in and change blessings. I mean, it took way too long for them to do it, and they may not want to do it again for like another year or something. But when you're talking about quality of life, the fact that they've made changes, the change to polymorph is very good. I think it's one of the changes people have been asking for. It's hard to balance that particular blessing because of what it does. It's almost like the skill shouldn't be in the game. But if you're going to have the skill in the game, having it limited in terms of like its ability to be applied over and over and over again, that's a good way to start it. You know, is it in the right place yet? I don't know. I don't run polymorph on that many champions, and I run it on like 2 champions in live arena, and I get a little bit of value out of it because I think the best I have is like a 3-star polymorph. All right. Stephen Markley says, FOMO is no reason for doing anything. Play what you can comfortably do or afford. I think, Stephen, that's easy to say and hard to, like, that's not really the way life works, right? Like, we have sayings like that. We say stuff like that. And I think people who have developed a way of moving through the world that they're confident in and they feel comfortable with and allows them to avoid certain pitfalls, we often say to other people, well, just do what I do. Like, if you were like me, you would be able to accomplish the same things that I do. And because you don't accomplish it, it means, you know, you're deficient in some way and I'm superior in some way. Like there's that kind of mentality to it sometimes. Do you know what I mean? And it's natural, by the way. It's not like, I mean, we do that all the time. Do that all the time for everything. We even do that in our relationships, right? You're married and your spouse like has a weakness that you feel like you've conquered in yourself. And so when it comes out and, you know, you're just like, it's so irritating because I want you to be like me, but you don't really. Like, and we're all different and everybody's like that. FOMO wouldn't work in games like this if we weren't all susceptible to it, you know? And the truth of the matter is, for me, like I still have the FOMO. I've been playing this game 2.5 years on my main account and I do great. I save for every fusion. Like I'm really disciplined. But the reason I have to say it that way, that I'm very disciplined, is because I am constantly being tempted to not do the right thing. And it only takes a minute of weakness. It only takes a moment of weakness to not do the right thing. And you can't backtrack. Like a move laid is a move played. You know what I mean? It's like it happens. Once you do it, it's done. So if you just happen to say, you know what, there's a progressive chance going on. There's a really great champion. You know, I've got 11 voids and it's like, I really want Emic or I really want Demitha and maybe I'll go for it. And you don't get it, which you should have known beforehand. You probably weren't likely to get it. Right? It makes you think, like, now I've wasted my shards. Now I'm going to be penalized somewhere else. And that's what's actually going to happen. But there are going to be enough stories of people. It's like I YOLO'd one shard and I got Emic. You know, you'll hear that in the Discord chat, in the comments of the videos, and it'll make people think, oh, well, maybe I could get lucky. Sometimes you can. That's why it's called gambling, right? But again, same thing with gambling. How many people gamble on a daily basis? How many people go into a casino or go to an off-track betting site, or just gamble with their friends, gamble on the street? Like, how many millions of people do that every day? And it's not because they don't know that it's a risk. It's just, for whatever reason, we are prone to those kinds of decisions. So I think it's easier said than done. Like, don't give into the FOMO. How? It's like, see that awesome homemade baked pie, the apple pie that's sitting on the counter? Don't eat that. That's bad for you. It's got sugar in it. It's like, yeah, but it's so good. So I do think that, when you say FOMO is no reason for doing anything, of course it is. It is a reason. It's a very good reason. It's like a very compelling reason to do a thing. It's just not maybe the reason you want to listen to. It's not the motivating factor. It shouldn't be the motivating factor if you want to make healthy, good decisions all the time. You have to find a way to combat the FOMO, but it is a reason to do something. The new faction chant released just in time to counter the new duo as a hard counter to Terrace Marishka. They so badly needed this soft buff. Yeah, that's how they do it. They release new OP champs to combat the old OP champs that they don't want to nerf. Yeah, probably a Titan event. That's what I'm thinking. There was not a single day without events anymore. Yeah, there was one last month. There was a day with no events. In fact, it wasn't even last month. It might have been, well, it was last month. It was like right at the end of January. It was really weird. And it was like, how did this happen? Daniel says, trying to grab all the cash they can before Fateless game comes out and buries them. I am of a mixed mind about Fateless. I hope that it succeeds. I really do. And I hope they do a great job in balancing the aggressive monetization of gacha games with the need to generate income, because they need to generate income. So, if they find, like old school RuneScape, if they find a game, a game model, an economic model that just keeps players and they can just keep building over time, right? Like, the game doesn't have to blow up huge on launch, although they have investors, so maybe it does, But anyway, I hope they do really well. I hope they do. I don't know where Raid will be in 2 years' time when they launch, or a year and a half, but we'll see. Colruyt, having all the stats just means nukers in the arena may as well use sheep. Why do anything else? We'll have to see. I don't know how the new polymorph is going to work out. We will see. Does someone know what kind of event to expect for Champion Chase? So hellhades.com is saying it's a 2x void. I doubt it. I doubt it's a 2x void. So we just had 2x Sacred Shard event. Before that, we had a 2x void. That's out of order. It used to go, when it was still in order, it used to go ancient, sacred, void, alphabetical, ASV, right? I mean, you could really do any of the orders, because as long as you don't skip around. But it's basically, it was ancient, sacreds, voids. They have broken that so many times in the last couple of months that you can't trust it anymore. So the fact that Hell Hades is saying it's voids is based on the fact that the last one was sacreds. And now what they're just doing is whatever the one is, they say the next one is the next one in the order. But they don't actually know. Now, they'll find out probably 2 or 3 days in advance, and then maybe they'll change it. So what you need to do is watch their website, right? If you just go to the main page, it's right on the main page. I'll point you to it. If you come here to hellhades.com, literally just scroll down. It's right here. On Friday, the 16th of February, we are expecting a 2x void event, 2x void summoning event, 7 days, 10 hours, 20 minutes, 49 seconds. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I don't know. They could be right? They've got a 1 in 3 chance of being right. So they could be right. Or 1 in 4 now. It could be primal. I don't know what to tell you. I honestly don't know what to tell you because Hell Hades has been wrong before, right? Their website has been wrong when it's come to that before. I'm feeling Ancients. I'm feeling Ancients because they haven't. So they did Void, then Sacreds. To do Voids would mean Ancients was again another 8-week thing. Now they did that before. They did that back in December. They made us 8 weeks for Ancients. So maybe that's the pattern that they're going to get in. They're going to make Ancients every 8 weeks, and that gives them like one free day to mess around and put the expensive shards down again so people have to buy them. It seems like something Plarium would do. They could go Void, Sacred, Void, and then the next month they could go Sacred, Void, Sacred, and then just have Ancients bracketing those. So it'd be like a 4-week, 4-cycle rotation. So now it's every 8 weeks you get Ancients. That totally sounds like a Plarium move. So I could see it. All right, let's get back into some champion trading. Yeah, so we'll just have to see. Making your way in the world today takes everything you got. Been a while since I've heard that. Wouldn't you like to get away? Cheers was a good show. I enjoyed that show. Kaji says, I just got to Mytha from the last of 16 shards like this. You're talking about the just YOLOing on the progressive? See, you'll hear that story. That's not always a good story. I do think that there are times and places where the progressive shard pulling may be more valuable than other options. You just have to recognize that if you do that, especially if you're a free-to-play player, you may be opting out of like a fusion chance, which is fine, by the way. The Mytha is probably worth more than this fusion champion. Like for most accounts, if you don't have your 1-key Ultra Nightmare, if you don't have your full affinity friendly, if you can do a Myth Air team, like Demytha just might be more valuable. All right, we got to make some more of these. Yeah, we'll do that for now. Steve Marley, it starts with CC's not saying things like don't miss this fusion or I don't skip fusions. As an influencer, it draws people in. But then again, going back to what you were saying before, like then it's not, this is what I'm talking about. It's not just your internal sense of what you should be doing, right? It's impulse control. It's your analysis. It's the social milieu of what's going on around you. Every time we hear somebody in the chat be like, I did something bad and a good thing happened, like that tells us that it can happen. Like anytime, like let's say you walked into a casino for the first time. The worst thing that could happen to you from a life standpoint is that you win. You'd be like, no, isn't that the best thing that could happen? It's like, no, that's the worst thing that can happen. Why? Because that's going to make you feel like you can win in casinos, which you can't. Like not in the long run, you can't. You're going to give away all your money. You're going to, but you're going to win $300 the first time and you're going to be like, oh man, I can go back in and do it again. It's like, or like, so here's the thing, like this happens all the time. I talk with my students and my clients about this. Good decisions lead to good outcome. As a philosophy on life, that is about as much control as you can exert on the world. Good decisions result in good outcomes. Now, bad decisions can result in good outcomes. That does not make a bad decision a good one. It doesn't change the quality of the decision. And that is the thing I think we often struggle with. All of us struggle with. You're like, I made a bad decision and it worked out for me. That clouds the issue, right? Like those two statements are different statements. Good decisions lead to good outcomes. That's a cause and effect. By the way, a good decision can lead to a bad outcome, but good decisions lead to more good outcomes more frequently. That's basically the reality of the situation. You can make a good decision and have it backfire. Sure. Right? But a bad decision backfires more, or like a bad decision results, no, a bad decision results in a bad outcome more frequently. It might not be 100% of the time. Right? Like you can take a risk and have it pay off, you know, like you can take a bad risk and have it pay off. Sometimes there's a good risk, you know, there are good risks. But so that's, we see that play out every day in Raid. You know what I mean? It's like you pull the Void Shard during a progressive chance, like, because you had 2 and you were like, whatever. And it's like there's a 2 times Void Shard event coming and you're a free-to-play player, and that's a way, way better likelihood of resulting in improvement in your roster. But you YOLO'd 2 shards and you pull the Yumiko. It forever changes your account, and it forever changes like your feeling about YOLOing shards. But now, let's say for the next 300 Void Shards, you also YOLO 2/3 of them. At the end of those 300 shards, your account's going to be in a worse place than it would have been if you had only pulled them during 2 times Voids. You don't get to see the path not taken. You just don't get to see it. You have to believe it without the evidence in front of your eye. Like the only way to see it would be to have 2 accounts, play one account one way, the other account the other way, and play them both long enough for the statistics to actually bear out, right? Like, and there's still a certain level of chance there. But yeah, in general, good decisions lead to good outcomes. And so I tried, you know, that's something I build into my philosophy of this channel. When I give advice to people, I try to think from that standpoint, not what could result in the best outcome, but what decision-making process in the long run is more likely to leave you feeling, not even to leave you feeling anyway, but to leave you in a good position. And so sometimes people will ask me for advice. Should I do A or B? And I'll be like, you should do A, but I don't want to tell you how to live your life. So if you feel compelled to do B, you should do B. And when you do B, you should let A go. You should recognize that that's not important to you in this moment. And yeah, you may pay a price. You may not succeed if you go with path B, but that's just the risk that you have to be willing to take when you choose path B. But you should do what feels good. You should ultimately do, like, when you're playing Raid, you should do what feels good. Why? Because it's entertainment. If you feel too enslaved to the game that you can't, like, it's so it shouldn't be super stressful. Like, sometimes it should be a little bit stressful, just like any good entertainment that you're invested in will be somewhat stressful. You go to a movie and you get emotionally invested in the characters and you feel stressful, and then when they become, you know, when they're victorious at the end and it's a happy ending, you're like, oh yay, because you care, you know. So like there should be that level of stress. There should be that, right? You go to a baseball game and you're watching your team and you want them to win, and sometimes they win and sometimes they lose. It's like, it's still entertaining. It's still a good thing to do, you know? So it shouldn't be like all cotton candy and, you know, rainbows, but it shouldn't be such that like it's actually stressing you out. Like at the end of the day playing Raid, you should be like, that was fun, you know? And I don't know that it always is for most people. So maybe the best decision is to not play the game, but we get sucked in. We get sucked. I saw a soapbox out there before. Get some more soapboxes out there. Caveman. Truth. Exactly. HH Extractors updated. Thank you, BSF. Hey, Ephemeral. Good to see you. Raven Wolf. Good to see you too. Wipe says, I have Broadmaw, Zinogre, Arbiter, Jamarsa, and 70 Ancients, enough to get all the fragments. You're talking about for the fusion, like you have those champions to collect. You have Zinogre, Arbiter, Jamarsa to collect, and Broadmaw to collect for the champion chase, plus 70 Ancients. Just those alone should get you all of the points for the champion chase if you used all of those. Yes, I would suspect that's enough. if you're trying to do the summon rush and the champion chase with those 70 ancients and those champions, probably not enough, but you might be able to get 15 from one and 5 from the other, and then you don't need those 10 extra fragments if you complete all of the other events. So if the 10 fragments that you miss out on the champion chase or the summon rush are the only 10 that you miss, then yeah, you could do the fusion with what you've got there. Don't forget, you can buy more ancients from gems. So also, if you have gems, you can get packs in the gems shop, and that could be useful as well. Daniel says, if they were really smart, it would be a 5-week rotation, ancient, void, sacred, mythical, and then just give us all your cash. Yeah. Wipe says, it's 50-50. Either you win or you don't. Exactly. PK says, are we talking bad and good subjectively according to the individual? Well, I guess what I mean is this. When you're talking about making a good decision, I'm talking about like analyzing your chances of success based on your different options and always choosing the option that has the greatest chance of success. Right? As opposed to other options that may be appealing for other reasons. For instance, do you buy lottery tickets? A lottery ticket is never a good idea. Right? If you buy a lottery ticket, there's never a good idea. Your chances of winning, like the way a lottery is built, is there's always more money goes into the lottery than comes out of the lottery. So your chance of winning a lottery is always minimal. Right? It's never as much, like your expected return is always less than the money you invest, basically. That's the idea. So if you took that money and did literally anything else with it that would give you some kind of return, it's better than putting the money into the lottery. The appeal of a lottery is that it's like something for nothing. There's a chance someone in the pool will win the lottery and they will get a crazy return on investment. They'll buy a ticket for $5 and they'll get $50 million, you know? And so to them, it may be like, wow, it was such a good decision that I bought that lottery ticket. Like, no, it wasn't. It was a bad decision that had a good outcome. Right? It was a bad decision that had a good outcome. There's a difference between a bad decision that has a good outcome and a good decision. Now, you could say it was a fortuitous decision. You could say it was a lucky decision. You could say it was a beneficial decision. You could say all sorts of things about it. But when you come down to like analyzing whether or not you should make the decision again, you would say, no, you should not. You shouldn't have done it then, and you shouldn't do it now. Right? But it worked out. And the fact that it worked out is sometimes why we call something a good decision. You're like, oh, that's a good decision. Like, was it? Or was it a lucky decision? You know, so it's problematic because at least in English or in American English, we don't have a word that really distinguishes between those two senses of good. Good is one of the most useless words in the English language, right? Because it can mean almost anything. It's, you know, how you doing today? I'm good. Really? First of all, you're well if you're healthy, right? So it could mean good, like I'm well. You can be good at things. You can be good at tennis, right? Like you could be good at, I don't know, picking up women. You could be good at fixing cars. Like you can be good at a lot of things. But how are you? I'm good. What, you know, like feeling good, doing good, being good. It's good to have, good to go. You know, there's good, better, and best. Like good, it's such a useless word. We use it to cover all manner of sins. So, you know, a good decision, meaning like a decision that was based on a process that determined how to most likely create the outcome that you're looking for. Or just an impulse because it felt a way and it felt good, right? It was satisfying. We do that all the time. How many times have you done this? I mean, depending on where you are in the world and who you are, how many times have you been hungry? You pulled into a fast food restaurant, McDonald's, Wendy's, Burger King, Taco Bell, like Kentucky Fried Chicken, whatever. It doesn't matter. Whichever, Chick-fil-A, whatever it is. And you started eating the food and you were like, oh, so I was so hungry. This is so good. It's so tasty. And literally before you get home, you're like, oh, that was a bad decision. Right? Like just because it feels good doesn't make it a good decision. And you know you're going to pay the price. And you probably knew ahead of time that you were going to pay the price and you made the decision. Like one of the things that I've done in my career is I've coached people on like educational paths and career paths. And so a lot of that is about trying to manifest a specific outcome. And when you're giving advice to somebody, you have to go with the decision, the process that has the greatest chance of success. Not anything that can have success, but ultimately the person is making the decision. You're not. You're just giving advice. I'm just giving advice. So like the decision still has to resonate with the person. It still has to make sense to them internal. And sometimes people make decisions that are maybe suboptimal but more satisfying. And so that's part of the decision-making process. You're like, choice A has a 50% chance of getting me what I want, and choice B has a 30% chance of getting me what I want. But the 30% chance would happen in such a way that is infinitely more satisfying. All right. Well, it's still got a chance of success. And if it happens, you'll be much happier. So do that. Like I can't force you to do the thing that I think has the better chance of success. But then it's the process that matters. Then it's not the outcome as much, right? Then you're like, how I get there is more important than that I get there. Like, all right. And that's fair too. That's a totally fair assessment to make. People can make that assessment. All right. So we got to start converting some of these into actual like maxed out champion. Okay. Wentworth says, I thought we were going to get at least one free refresh for our blessings. Did we not? I haven't even checked. I thought we would too. If we didn't, that's irritating. Because the last time they changed blessings, they gave us a free refresh for the blessing. PKM says, I don't gamble in real life as in Vegas and buying tickets, but I do gamble on games. Yeah, we gamble on, gacha games are gambling in a different form. And by the way, like, it's okay to gamble. I'm not saying that gambling isn't something that you can do. When I say it's okay to gamble, what I mean is it's not, that's not the decision that's the problem, right? The decision is when you decide to gamble when you really shouldn't because you can't afford to lose. Right? If you can afford to lose, if you decide to go to the casino and you and your wife are going to go to the casino, you're going to make an evening of it, you're going to have dinner, you're going to see a show, you're going to gamble $200 for 2 or 3 hours, and then you're going to go home. And the whole night is going to cost you $300 or $400, and it's that you do it once a year, and it's a night out, and it's really, satisfying. And maybe you get lucky and you come home with $50 more than you left with. Or maybe but when you go there, you don't expect that. You don't like count on that. You just say, hey, we're going out for dinner and a show and some, we get dressed up and maybe we have a couple of drinks, we have some fun, whatever. Great. All of that is great. As long as 2 things don't happen. One is you don't dip back into your, money and be like, oh man, I just lost the $200 I said I could gamble, and now I want to chase it with another $200. That's a bad scene. And 2, that like when you started, you knew that was the price of the entertainment. And it doesn't have to be that exact scenario, but my point is like, if you go in knowing that you're donating this money to the casino for the entertainment value, and you can afford that entertainment value, then it's a healthy decision. But as soon as one of those things isn't true, right, then it becomes an unhealthy decision. As soon as it's like, oh, I'm doing this because I'm compelled to for some other reason, I can't avoid the gambling. I have the gambling bug. It's bit me and now I have to gamble. Then that's not healthy. Or if you can't afford to do it, right? You just can't afford to do it. She's like, yeah, whatever. I'm going to anyway because I think I'm going to win. I think I'm going to win. I'm going to take $200 and turn it into 1,000. Like that's not healthy either because that's the least likely outcome. It'll happen to some people, you know, but only once or twice, you know, like not most of the people, not most of the time. And that's also true in gacha games, you know. The difference here is that you can never win. Like you can win the result, but you can never walk out with your winning. Stephen Markley, then is the real point. Most people do things according to emotion. Emotions lie to you all the time. It's your own coloration on life, what you believe you deserve or what is fair. None of these are good choices mostly. However, sometimes they pay off and that makes you feel good. And that leads to the next decision. I'm not immune, by the way. I do it too. Yeah, what I would say is this. Your emotions are information. This is just my personal philosophy. I'm not trying to preach here. I'm just saying this is my personal outlook. My emotions are data. They provide me, they're real, they're important, but they provide me with a measure of some perspective. I have to take that emotion and I have to use my very powerful human brain to say, what is that data telling me? And not just react to it before I do that process. If I react to my emotions instantaneously, bad things happen, right? Like I'm just, and this is true for most people. If we react, you know, too quickly because we just feel, you know, you meet somebody and you have that chemical reaction and you just feel so good and you just dive all into this relationship and you don't, you know, it's like, and then it turns out bad. It's like, yeah, probably. Why? Because you didn't think about what was happening. You just went with it, you know, and it's like that the excitement wore off. And then I was in a relationship with somebody that I wasn't compatible with. Of course you were. It's like, maybe not every time, but most of the time that's the most likely outcome. Or, you know, you get really angry, you get heated and it's like, well, you could take a second and breathe, or you could act on your anger. And then you say something mean to a friend, or, you know, you get in a road rage incident, you know, on the highway, or, you know, you quit your job when really you could have gotten over it and it was a good job. You know, it's like even like less powerful impulses, like you're standing at the line in the store and there's a candy bar there that you remember being really tasty from your childhood. And you're like, ooh, I want it. And you just buy it. And then you eat it and you're like, that wasn't that good. And that wasn't good for me. I didn't need to waste the money. I didn't need the extra calories and I didn't even enjoy the experience. And if you'd stopped for 10 seconds to think about it, you probably would have known that that was going to happen. So it's like, you know, the emotion is data, but you have to filter that data somehow. And that's where, like, you know, that's where the wisdom of life comes in. That's where it's not intelligent, by the way. It's a form of intelligence, I suppose. But what I mean is, like, you don't have to be brilliant. You just have to listen. Like, you just have to take a moment, because we all accumulate that wisdom over time. And, you know, the way we feel about different things, what did I do here? I went down to normal. The way we do things is all different. So it's like, for some people, maybe buying that candy bar was a great idea. It made them relive their childhood, tasted just as good as they remember, and they're never going to do it again. They just do it once every 5 years to relive something. And they're like, yeah, that was awesome. And it literally made them happy for that entire day. And they walked through life all happy for a day, like off of this one little decision. So if you're that person and you know you're that person, now it's a good decision. You know, I'm not that person. Danielle says, that's not true. I spent a couple hours playing Raid and enjoying a cold stream, and then I'm walking away with a win and going to bed. Absolutely. I guess what I mean is monetarily. If you spend in Raid, that money is gone forever. Whereas if you spend at the casino, there's a chance it comes back to you, and even with more, and you can leave with more money than you walked in with. That will never happen in a gacha game. The best case scenario in terms of the money aspect is what I've done, which has been 100% free to play, where I've never put anything in and I'm not taking anything out. Like, I'm having the experience for free. Also, I think being a, low to moderate spender on a budget makes sense. Like, if you spend, say, $25 a month on this game, and that's your budget for the game, and you get a lot of enjoyment out of the game, and you've been playing for 2 years, and that is a healthy decision, then awesome. Then that's a great way to play this game. That's why I like subscription-based games. I would happily play, like, if I like World of Warcraft more, I would go back to it. It's not a bad game, but I don't love it. It's like, but I'll pay $15 a month for a great game that I spend, 60, 70, 80 hours in a month. I think that's a good investment. I don't need to walk away with more money from that. But when you're talking about gambling, the difference between gambling in a casino and gambling in a gacha game is when you leave the casino, you could be a huge winner. When you leave the gacha game, nobody walks away with more money except the gacha company. Ravenwolf says, I'm saving as many shards as I can to try and get the archer for the Monster Hunter champs. Yeah. Roberto says, emotions are neither good or bad. It is the behavior that you do based on them that can be good or bad. I don't know if I would go that far. I see what you're saying. But I will say, like, let's say somebody makes you angry. Plarium made me angry today. That's an emotion. I was living in that emotion for 6 hours before the stream started. I woke up. I checked the news on Plarium. I saw the whole thing with the Soulstone buff. That irked me. Then I saw the thing with the schedule for the fusion event, the fragment event, and that irked me. And my emotions were telling me something that was true, which is that Plarium can be dicks. That's just true. And I know it's true. I know it's true. And my anger was justified. It was it was an honest emotion that was also telling me something true. Right? And the outcomes of it are both good and bad. There are two outcomes. There's a good outcome and a bad outcome from it. For me. And for other people, those outcomes will be different. But the good outcome is that it reinforced my skepticism of Plarium, and it makes me pay attention. I don't just blindly trust Plarium. I never trust Plarium. And as a result, I'm always examining the game with a very healthy skepticism that has actually benefited my account and my community, I think. Like, I've presented information to people that I think has been beneficial because of the fact that that anger is justified. The bad side of it is I was irritated all day. I was snappy. I didn't have a lot of joy in my day before the stream started. Not that I was like going crazy or anything. I was just grumpy. And I would prefer not to be grumpy all day. And, to a certain extent, that's me. That's not Plarium's fault. Like, I have decided to be grumpy. I mean, whatever you want to call it. I've decided to be grumpy. So there's that, Now the opposite could have happened. We could have gotten really good news. I could be walking around in just like a happy, go lucky feeling all day. And so sometimes that happens too. Now, obviously one is healthier than the other. I don't think like the outcomes can be good and bad in both cases, but the experiences aren't good and bad in both cases, right? The experience of walking around feeling joyful is good. The experience of walking around being grumpy is bad. I mean, that's just, like, which one do you think is going to let you live long? You know what I mean? Which one do you think is going to make you happier? Which one do you think is going to have the more positive impact on the people around you that are important to you? It's being joyful. So yeah, I would say that emotions can be good and bad. I try to live in my good emotions as often as possible. And I don't want to restrict my bad emotions, but I want to process them more quickly so I can move on from them. In the meantime, let's actually convert some of this stuff into don't want to do that. We got on an interesting tangent, a very philosophical tangent today. I hope that's not bothering too many people. We've covered a lot of game stuff. By the way, I'm pretty sure our video is up by now, so if you want to check out the video after the stream, it'll be there. I don't want to do too much of this. I just want to clear out some inventory spots because I still want to use most of these for the champion training that's coming up in a couple of days. And I guess I can put the rest of the energy into fire. See how many spots we have. 25 spots is not a lot, but it'll have to do. I'm going to be pulling, shards. I don't think I'll pull. I think right now I'm just going to be pulling sacred shards. Eventually I'm going to have to pull probably 150 mystery shards. So I will need to make a little bit of room. I don't think I have room in my vaults right. I think I have a few spots. I have one spot. Probably Narma's spot. I can put her back. Where is she? Come on, Narma. Where are you? There you are. All right. So let's go. Yeah, let's go do some. Fire Knight. I think I've been running stage 4 of hard. Freaky Gamer says, think I'm skipping this fusion so I can take time to recover from this last month and be ready for a March fusion. Something tells me the March fusion may be good since it will be Plarium's anniversary. It's a good call. It's always a good call to prioritize your personal well-being over any kind of thing that happens in the game. I think it's never a bad idea to really pass on a fusion. Like, even if it's a great champion, I don't think it's a bad idea to pass on a fusion if that is what you need to do as a player and as a person. Like, the game needs to be as positive an experience for you as it can be. And I think that FOMO that we were talking about can make it feel much more negative than it needs to be. Sneak says, I literally screamed when I pulled Newt last month, but that emotion happens once in a blue moon. Yeah, but it is literally, it's fantastic. I mean, I don't know if, how many of you saw the video where I pulled Corvus. When I pulled Corvus, I lost my, I was so shocked because it was like, I think it was a Duchess Kymar progressive event. I think that's what it was. And I was so fixated on those two champions because I don't have either one of those champions and either one would really help my account. But Corvus internally has been like one of my favorite champions for a really long time. And I've just wanted him on this account. I have him on another account, but that account doesn't have like the roster to really get the maximum value out of Corvus. And he still did great work on that account for me. But that's the only account I've ever pulled him on. I'm like, man, I want Corvus so bad. And I wasn't thinking about it that day. And when I pulled that Corvus, I was like shocked because I hadn't even thought about him as a possibility. I was like, well, either I'll get Kymar or Duchess or nothing. That was sort of my mentality for whatever reason, not really thinking that I could pull another valuable champion. And then I pulled literally my most desired champion and I was like, yeah, I lost my mind. It was awesome. It was awesome. But you're right. Those things don't happen that often. But I will say I've had that experience. I think I've had that experience on average probably 4 or 5 times a year with Raid. Maybe a little bit more if you count in all of the other accounts. Right? Like when I pulled Runekeeper Dazdirk on my Noob versus Pro account, that was one of those moments. And that's just a Runekeeper Dazdirk. Like that's not even a legendary. It was just like, I was like, literally, I needed this guy. I called my shot and I got him. And I was like, victory! I was so happy. And so I'll say it does happen from time to time. And that's one of the things you live for in these games. And we've got a shard pulling event tomorrow. So maybe some of us will have that experience tomorrow. We'll literally have that exact experience. Someone's going to pull in a Crizia tomorrow. Somebody's going to pull, well, it's a Sacred Shard event. Somebody's going to pull a Duchess or somebody's going to pull, you know, they're going to pull something they really need. They're going to pull something outstanding. Maybe it'll just be a Geo. Maybe I'll get my Geo tomorrow and it won't be a yes, Victor. It'll just be like a, now Sun can just shut up a little bit. Now everybody can stop spamming the Geo emote at me. I'm not sure if Daniel's being funny. It's because we were raised wrong as kids. We are conditioned good triumphs over evil. Truth is, we need to manage the evil in life and come out feeling good. That's interesting. Roberto says, if you use the experience to examine things better, that is also the behavior. Zoe says, hi, Colred. Do you have a viable team for Fire Knight Hard? I'm using Helicath Coldheart, Elva or Godseeker with Miracle Heal, Staldus, but I'm struggling to do Hard 2. Is it my speed's too slow? Yeah, I'll show you right here. So this was my Fire Knight Hard team. So first of all, I am going to be covering all of the hard mode dungeons. It was my intention to actually do them this past week. I've gotten distracted by the new Call Red Plays channel that I launched and some other things and coming off of COVID. And you know, when you're sick for 3 weeks and then like the whole world just piles up and now everybody's like, oh, now you're healthy again. And they all dump it on you simultaneously. Like you could do 3 weeks of work in 2 days. That's where I've been living. So I haven't gotten around to this, but I will just do a quick thing here. So basically what you want to know about this fight is that the boss is immune to turn meter control. You can't use the turn meter control that you were using in the normal Fire Knight. However, you can still create turn meter control, but you have to use freezes. So he has a passive that instantly removes any freeze debuffs placed on Tainted Fyro, which means they land. He is not immune to freeze, but he removes them, and it decreases his turn meter by 15% for each freeze debuff placed on him. Okay, when attack destroys the attacker's max, blah, blah, blah. So the way you create turn meter reduction in Fire Knight Hard is not with turn meter reduction, but with freezes. So if you look at my team here, I have 4 freeze champions, right? I actually have Shiramani, who's got 2 freezes, A1 and A3. I've got your Carl, who I think has 2 freezes as well, A1 and A3. I've got Lazar, who has 2 freezes, A1 and A3, I think. I think they're all A1 and A3. And Newt, who has 1 freeze on his A3. And then I have an ally attacker who just allows everybody to generate those A1 freezes more often. Now, I've heard since making this team that Shiramani's A1, even though it can freeze multiple times on random hits, it can't freeze the same champion multiple times, whereas Blizzar's and Yukarl's can. So if I look at these champions, you just want to go here and look for anybody who can land a freeze. Okay, so this skill attacks 3 times at random. Each hit has a 50% chance of placing a freeze debuff for 1 turn. This skill apparently can freeze multiple times and therefore create multiple turn meter decreases. Now, if you read this skill, attacks 3 times at random. Each one has a 25% chance of placing a freeze debuff for 1 turn. Apparently it can't. Now they read exactly the same, right? Attacks 3 times at random, but this says each hit. So that's the one difference. Whereas this one says has a 25% chance. So apparently it has to say each hit. Even though if you're in wave content, you can get 3 freezes from this skill, you can't get the same champion frozen 3 times. That being said, it's still an A1 freeze, so that's a good thing. So these are 2 freezes, the A3 and the A1. This is 2 freezes, the A3 and the A1. This is a freeze on the A3. No, is it the A1? I'm sorry, it's the A1. So it's the A1 here. So if the target's turn meter is not decreased, each hit has a 100% chance of placing a freeze debuff. And again, it's each hit. So this will actually land 3 freezes. The boss's turn meter can't be decreased, so it has to be a freeze. So that's 3. We've got your Carl here, who's got a double hitter, 50% chance, each hit, freeze. And then I think it's the A3, all enemies, 100% chance, I'm sorry, 70% chance freeze, 100% chance if the target has 70% turn meter or more. The A2 is not a freeze, I don't think, right? It's just a, yeah. But this is a slow, which I think a slow can play. Now, the ally attack just lets me get all those A1s off. Again, it doesn't have to, it could be, a lot of people use Ferric in the Fat here. You don't have to use Cardiel, but why wouldn't you if you had them, right? You still need the multi-hitters to break the shield, but then you need the freezes to decrease the turn meter. The goal is to not let the boss go, because this boss has so many more stats and hits so much harder and goes so much faster as you ramp up that it becomes impossible to survive his hit. So like when you get to stage 10, if he hits your team dies. Like building a tanky enough team is just, it's so hard to do. You can do stuff like you can have like a Cardiel who has an ally revive, like an AoE revive on death, and you could survive one hit and then get back to, you know, and then like have the full turn meter to break the shield and keep the turn meter down. There are teams that do that. So that's a potential. But if you're just coming in here with your normal Fire Knight team, it's going to be a problem. The boss gets faster each stage to the point where I think at stage 6, it's 150. I think at stage 5, it's 125. And at 6, it's 150. And then it's like 175. And it goes all the way up to 250. So if you can get to stage 3 or 4, that's usually pretty good. But then you're going to have to get more speed. So I'm going to come in here to stage 4, and I'll show you this. I'll show you this team. Now the team needs to handle the waves. I have them just programmed in the AI, but if you bring a lot of freeze in, the waves are not hard, like to beat. It may take a long time. It may actually take a long time to kill the waves, so it's not terribly fast. And there are faster ways to do this, but you know, this is what I've got. By the way, Razzlevarg is often a good lead for this. A lot of people use Razzlevarg because of the multi-hits and the increased speed and all that stuff. And you can actually speed tune that team if you know what you're doing or do a lot of research. And that can help speed things up a little bit. I've seen people who have nits. I've seen people who have newts that hit so hard that he basically 1 or 2 shots the boss. And so really you just need to break the shield and maybe have 1 or 2 freezers to get the turn meter down so he doesn't get a shield back up, and Newt will literally just 2-shot the boss. There are reset, you know, teams that use like Seer and a reset champion to clear the waves, and then the reset helps Newt to reset on the boss. And then you can, you know, basically 2-shot the boss. There's that option. But for most of us, you know, all you really need to do here is get fast, get as many hits as you can get into the team, preferably use an ally attack champion, and then get as many freezes into the team as you can. Now, there are plenty of epics who do this job and do it really well. I'll show you a couple after I get out of this run, and you can focus on those champions. They're going to be better than most legendaries in Fire Knight Hard. Remember, again, the goal is to make sure that the boss never gets a turn, so you don't really have to survive the boss. You just have to get through the waves, right? And then just make sure the boss never goes. So right now, we're probably just cycling A1s at this point. No, I guess Shirmani's AoE is still on. Yeah, I might have just left all the AoEs on because I probably just use the A1s on the boss because they have, you know, multi-hits anyway. So 2.5 minutes here to get through this wave, maybe a little bit more. It's like so slow. It's so slow. I haven't really tried pushing this. I think I've got stage 5. I don't know if I have enough accuracy. All right, so just here. All right, so we're going to get some A1s out. That'll, you know, we've got 15 stacks to break here. So the A1 will go out. That's 3. Now we're going to get an A1. That's another 4. That should have been 4. Why was it only 3? Oh, it should be 3. I'm sorry, not 4. It's 3. Right. Okay, now we get the ally attack. The ally attack should be 1 from Cardiel, 3, 3, and 3. That's 10, and then 2. So 12. So this will break the shield. And whoever is last in the order, which I think is Newt, will then get his freeze out and decrease the turn meter. Now Nuke goes last. Turn meter decrease. We get 3 turn meter decreases. Now Nuke goes again. He nukes. And now any A1 freezes that land just decrease the turn meter, and the boss will never go. Nuke will come around again. I think we have a slow available from Yakarl. I don't know if he'll land it. More turn meter decrease on the A1. You know, in a weird way, this team is actually better for turn meter decrease than my regular Fire Knight team. Because I think my regular Fire Knight team uses Allure and maybe Cold Heart, or Allure and Physics or something. And it's like, it's pretty solid, but literally look at this. This bar never goes anywhere. It's just locked down, which is awesome. So I think the reason I'm failing stage 6 or whatever is because of an accuracy issue. Because the accuracy numbers get high, and I don't think I have the accuracy. So, you know, not fast. 4.5 minutes. 4.5 minutes. But so anyway, I hope that helped. Go back to Arena for a little bit. All right. Stephen Markley, that is part of social control. I was saying things have been classified as good, evil, do things this way, follow this religion, and you are good. Yeah, I agree with that. That it can be a form of control. Not always, but it absolutely can be, yeah. Daniel says, I pulled Yumiko this week and totally missed the opening because I was expecting blue tax. Yeah. Hey, Tonk, good to see you. You had your shard lug today, Crash. Do share. Please share. Let us know. You're not saving shards for the summon rush? You pulled them today, huh? Fingers crossed for Archer. That's a good point, Stephen. Rarely do we have no choice at all, but that doesn't mean the options available are good ones. Sometimes you're just choosing the best of bad options. Yeah, and basically the things that we can control are our actions and our reactions, you know, and we can't always control those perfectly. But the more effort and time we put into trying to find ways to control those actions, the better we'll get at them and the more good outcomes we'll have. You know, when you can begin to control that impulse at the checkout line and not buy the candy bar, or when you can begin to be disciplined and say, I'm not going to stop at the fast food restaurant, I'm going to make it home and I'm going to make myself a healthy dinner, then you have positive outcomes more often. And it may take experiences with those women. You know, maybe you win at the tables, probably you lose. You don't really care because, you know, what kind of bills you have? You don't have kids. Like, you know, it's like, I didn't have a mortgage. I spent too many nights in casinos giving them money, you know, and often like you go, you know, to the nightclub and you have a couple of drinks and then you stop thinking in a disciplined way. And now you go and spend more money at the tables than you should, you know, and I stopped doing that. Eventually I stopped doing that. Eventually I realized like the only time I should ever go to the casino is when I have a set amount of money that I'm willing to spend for entertainment purposes, or I shouldn't go. And as a result, I've been to a casino once in like the last 10 years. And I walked out a winner because I basically walked in. It was a huge rainstorm. There was a huge rainstorm. I couldn't drive home. And I was passing by and I was like, they've got this really good burger joint. So I'm going to go there and maybe I'll spend $100 at the table and sit down for a minute, you know? And I hadn't gone in 6 or 7 years, but I was like, I just need to get out of the rain. I literally walked in, I bought my burger, I sat down at a table. I won in the first 15 minutes. I picked up my money. I went back to the burger joint, got a second burger and walked out up like a couple of $100 and with 2 really good burgers in me. And by the time I got out, it wasn't raining anymore. That was the only time I've been to the casino in like the last 10 or 12 years. Worked great. It worked great. But I wouldn't have been able to do that if I hadn't had those experiences in my 20s where I was just an idiot, you know, and was just like, chasing money, throwing good money after bad. And same thing with other things. It's like I've spent too much money on games. I was a Magic the Gathering player for a long time. I've spent thousands upon thousands of dollars on that game. And so when Gacha games started coming out, I spent a little bit of money and I was like, you know what? This isn't even as good as Magic the Gathering, because with Magic the Gathering, you can walk home with your card. You can trade your cards. You could sell your cards. You could mount your cards on the wall and turn them into art, And so having had the Magic the Gathering experience, I was able to avoid over investing in these games. So it's like you have to have bad experiences in order to learn from them and turn them into wisdom. Raven Wolf says CVC next week. Yes, CVC will start on Tuesday. It is a non-personal rewards, I believe, unless they change that. Daniel wasn't trying to be fun. It was just caught up in the vibe. Call Red livestream and Neebs Gaming podcast Thursdays. My new favorite day. Let's go. All right, Kevin. I don't know the podcast. I'll have to check it out. Sabik, hello. Good to see you. Sabik is my new deputy in Red Wardens. Doing a great job. By the way, if you are looking for a clan and you don't have one, our cluster is open. It's starting to actually fire on all cylinders. We're getting there. We still have a few last wrinkles to iron out. We have a few spots. I think we have 7 or 8 spots in our top clan. And we have a few spots throughout. Sometimes people go inactive or leave for whatever reason. Not that often, but every once in a while. So we do have a few spots and we're trying to process applications. One of the things that happened was because I was sick. I got sick literally after we launched the cluster. I got COVID. We didn't really get all the applications processed. So there were a bunch of people who applied and then that application didn't get processed for like 2 weeks. And so when we finally got around to processing those applications and accepting those people, they had like moved on with their lives. They were like, dude, I applied to you 2 weeks ago. Like, I got a new clan. I don't need you anymore, which is totally understandable. That's our fault. That's my fault. But as a result, we had to kind of clear out those applications to get to the new ones. So if you are looking for a clan, we have 5 clans of all sorts of tiers. So whether you were just hitting like, normal hard clan boss or you're, one king ultra nightmare, we have all of the different levels. It may not be a perfect fit because there are only 5, and those 5 are in constant evolution. But we'll get you into one that makes sense and you can grow with that clan. Or if you outgrow that clan, you can move up through the cluster. So there are both options. But yeah, I would love to see those filled for the CVC. Yeah, we'll try to get people in and make sure all the clans are like 29, 30 people for the CVC. Crashdown, that's what you got. I've been waiting months for Demitha. I hit her and Emic on 40 Voids. Well, congratulations. That is a very good return for 40 Voids. Bad decision, good result. No, I can't judge your decision. For me, it would be a bad decision. But I can't judge your decision, and it certainly worked out for you, and that's great. And, it could be the kind of thing where even the assessment is the other way. It's like, no, these 2 champions can literally transform my account. And, I have a budget that I spend on void shards, and I go after progressives, and that's how I run my account, and it works sometimes, and it doesn't work other times, but it's satisfying. All of those are good reasons to make that good decision. For me, that's not a decision I would make, but Crash, being a member of one of our clans and an officer as well, another clan, he's actually a leader of one of our clans, having Demitha and Emic. Dude, okay, so I'm going to tell you this. Emic is seriously good. He's a great clan boss champion. And you have really flexible tunes for Emic in the clan boss. But Demitha is more likely to get you a 1 key. Right? Like, to get a 1 key with an Emic clan boss speed tune is a little bit trickier. Actually, I don't even know if that's true. Hold up a second. I'm not sure that's true. It depends on the speed tune. Because there are speed tunes you can use with Emic where you use one other unkillable champ, and then you can put 3 DPS. right? And so those it's a slow tune, so it's easier to get to the speeds. You can put a lot of damage onto the DPS. The problem is because it's a slow tune, you get fewer procs. Like you know what? Let's do this. Why not? Let's just show this. Swambi, you can look on the website. Not the website. You can look in the Discord. There's an application section in the Discord, and it just lists all the requirements. By the way, if you're a little bit shy of the requirements, like let's say you're hitting 2 of the 3 requirements for a particular clan, we'll probably slot you there. Or maybe you're a little bit high for like the next clan down, but we're just going to slot you there for a little while, let you grow, and then we'll move you up. Once you're in a clan, you can always transfer to another clan, you know, if that becomes more appropriate for you. So let me just pull up this scenario. I was talking about this, I think, during a live stream not that long ago, a couple of weeks ago. All right, so let's go here into the speed tunes, and we're going to look at like a Demitha speed tune. So let's pull up. So the best one, I think, is the Ultimate Myth Air with 3 to 1 DPS. Okay. So the speeds here are manageable. There's some nice ranges. It's all the same champions, but you do have to run a DPS fast. 275 to 277 can be hard to reach for a DPS. So, you know, if you can't reach that, whatever. But this is like, in terms of damage, this is the best damage version of the Myth Air team. And so if you look at the way that this works, once it's tuned, look at each column. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 actions per boss action. 45 actions per cycle. They're not all attacks, right? But if you look at the number of attacks, there are a lot of attacks, and each column is exactly the same. So you just have to look at any one column. So if we look at the middle column, all right, so Seeker's A1, Razen's A2. It's Demitha's extension and attack. I don't think it is, right? Demitha has 1 attack, just her A1. Deacon's A1, Eris A1, Razen A1, Demitha A1, Seeker A1, Eris A1, Deacon A2, Razen A1. So that was 10 attacks. 10 attacks out of 15 actions. So we get 30 attacks. 30 attacks per cycle. Every single one of those attacks has a chance at a War Master proc. Every single one of those might have a chance at like a, you know, an extra damage blessing. You know, whether that's Smite or Phantom Touch or whatever. You know, every one of those has a chance to land a poison if you're in a toxic set. You know, so 30 opportunities to lay down damage, and a lot of it. That's, you know, none of those champions are designed to hit super hard. You know, none of those champions are like huge nukers. It's just that you get so many opportunities to land attack. Now, if we go back, let's see if we can find one with Emic. So unfortunately, the Emic tunes really haven't made it into the they haven't made it into like the menu. But so let's go here and check out Heart Eater, which is probably the best. Now you can see the description right here. It says enemy easy man eater and Emic trunk heart 2 key ultra nightmare comp with the possibility of 1 key with really crazy gear. Right now, if we go over to the Myth Air one and we look at the description, it says Demitha unkillable team utilizing to stay affinity friendly, blah blah blah, ninja viable, and up at top it says 1 key ultra nightmare. This does say 2 key ultra nightmare, right? Now the way that this tune works, let's go ahead and zoom in there. Okay, so now the rotation's looking the same. So you get 6, 6, 5. You get 17 actions per clan boss rotation. We had 30 damage dealing actions in a cycle. Let's see how many damage dealing actions we have here. So we have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, actually. I think we have 15. I think the only... No, I think it's 14. So the Man-Eater A3 is not a damage dealer, and I think the Emic Trunk Heart A3 is not a damage dealer. That might be it. They may all, so it might be 15. 15 out of, so instead of 30 damage dealing actions, we get 15 damage dealing actions. We get half as many damage dealing actions per cycle. So a lot fewer Giant Slayers, a lot fewer War Master, a lot fewer Phantom Touches, a lot fewer, Brimstones. However, you can bring in 3 damage dealers, right? In this case, this is 3 ally attackers. So like you get even more hits. You up the chance of those procs again with using ally attackers. But you could use any combination of damage dealers here. You could, you can get, poisons out there, weakens out there, poison sensitivity. One of the things about the Demitha comp is the Demitha comp brings none of those debuffs. In the 4 champions that you need for the Demitha comp, Demitha, Eris, Deacon, and Seeker, you only get 2 damage increases. You get an increased attack from Seeker, and you get a decreased defense from Deacon. And the increased attack will sometimes be outrun, I think, in certain cases. Let's actually look at it. So, yeah, like Deacon will drop his increased attack here. Looks like he might be the only one. Maybe everybody else has it up. So, Deacon won't be hitting with the increased attack, but everybody else. So, you don't have a weaken. You don't have poisons. You don't have poison sensitivity. So what I have seen, and this is just my personal observation, and people can chime in about this. What I have seen is that Demitha getting to a 1 key is tricky. It's hard. You have to really optimize because none of these are hard hitters. You have to really optimize. You may have to get like a toxic set onto your Seeker or something like that. Obviously, you don't want Raz in here. Probably Razin does bring a weaken. And he brings a 2nd decreased defense, which could be good depending on the affinity, because if Deacon is weak affinity, then you don't have that. But, you could bring a DPS that brings a lot of debuffs. Like, so you could bring, I think you can actually run a Whisper here. I think this is a comp where you can run a Whisper. Because you can't outrun the block debuffs or the block damage buff because it's always at the bottom of the column. I think it's Whisper friendly. But you could bring a Feign who brings a weakened decreased defense and poisons. You could do that. You only get 1 DPS though. You really only get 1 shot. If you have Ninja, you're fine. Ninja just does enough on his own. There are a few damage dealers that's why I mentioned Whisper. I think you could do Whisper here. And so with that kind of composition, you probably, your ceiling is probably somewhere around 90 million. And that's going to be enough to get you a 1 key on every affinity. So, your low side might be like 75. Your high side might be like 90. Now with this one, I think you're going to I think it's probably going to naturally cap out somewhere around like 60, 65, like when you first put it together, but depending on the champions, the variability is going to be much greater because you have 3 DPS. So, like, I'm just talking about throwing in, the 3 TBS when you first put the thing together. But, like, if you could have, like, Ninja, Gintoro, you could have Feign, you could have Whisper, and they can't run Whisper in this one. But you could have, I don't know if you could fit Zinogre into this either. But, Dark Kale, like, you can find, what's his name? Turvold, like, you can find champions that do a ton of damage that you could bring into here, and you have a lot more champions to bring debuffs. So you can bring a weaken, you can bring a poison sensitivity, you can bring a 2nd decreased defense, you can bring increased crit rate and increased crit damage. You could bring a debuff extender, you could bring a poison exploder or a poison activator, you could bring an HP burn. Like, you have way more opportunities to create damage in this speed tune. So I think that, you know, when it talks about crazy gear, it also allows for the possibility of crazy champions. But I think the nice thing is that, like, this just doesn't require that much speed. If you look at the speed requirements, 172, 174, 176, 240, 245, which also means you can move those stats from this team, you know, where you're running at 310, 285, you know, to all this 275 for your DPS. You can move all these stats into crit rate, crit damage, accuracy, whatever you need to get the extra damage out of it. So they're really like two completely different philosophies behind clan boss building. My feeling is like you walk into the Demitha, and because you get those 30 actions, you're just sort of guaranteed a certain number of Giant Slayer procs. But the variability is less, right? Like your ability to like generate more damage than is naturally inherent in those 4 champions that make the speed tune work is really hard. Like the 5th champion needs to bring too much. So, you know, could you just put Newt in? Like, just bring Newt. Like, just do these 4 champions and Newt. Just do these 4 champions and Acrizia. Just do these 4 champions and Ninja. And then, yeah, then you got a chance at a 1 key. And probably you're never going to hit 150 million. You know, you're just never going to do that out of this team, but you don't need it. Once you hit 80, you're probably good on every affinity. Once you hit 85 or 90, you definitely are good on every single affinity. Because your variation typically is less than 20 million. Not always. I would say it's less than 20%. You know, that's usually what it is. It's less than 20%. Yeah, so you've got some good options. I really like Emic, but the nice thing about Emic is if you build the Demitha team, Emic is free to do other stuff. You don't have to build them, you don't have to keep him in his clan boss build. The downside here is if you only have 1 Deacon and you only have 1 Seeker, these are slow speed stability champions at. It might be worth it anyway, just for now. You can always free them up later when your roster gets better. You know, as you progress in the game and you're like, I'm going to move on from the Myth Heir because I want to free up Deacon and Seeker. But I find Deacon and Seeker to be so good in the mid game that locking them into a clan boss speed tune without having, you know, another copy, I like hesitate to do it. You really have to judge whether or not you get more value out of the clan boss. It's incredibly important to get your 2-key Ultra Nightmare. It's really incredibly important to get your 2-key Ultra Nightmare. Because once you have your 2-key Ultra Nightmare, you're talking about the 6 top chests. 2 keys for Ultra Nightmare, 1 key for Nightmare, 1 key for Brutal. Your clan clears all 3 difficulties. That's 6 chests. That's where you want to live. You don't really need a 1-key Ultra Nightmare. It's not necessary. It's a nice bonus. And usually you don't even spend that key on hard. Like you could, every once in a while you will. But the reality of it is it just frees you up to miss a key a day and not miss a good chest. So you can use 3 keys to get 6 chests instead of 4 keys to get 6 chests. You know, because when you're using 4 keys, if you miss one, you end up missing out on the Brutal chest. But congratulations on 2 great champions and a lot of choices to make. You've got a lot of choices to make, my friend. You got a lot of choices to make. All right. I need food, champions. Yeah. All right, let's check out chat. Let's see. Oh, you do need a force DPS for this, right? That's true, right? For the Myth Heir, you do need a force DPS so that Demitha doesn't get not Demitha, so Eris doesn't get stunned. That's true. That's absolutely true. I forgot about that. You're right. You know, I actually don't run the comp. I've never run the comp. The comp was developed after I'd already solved my Ultra Nightmare situation, so I've never actually switched to the Demytha comp. I have run a Demytha comp that was very different, that wasn't based on Eris at all. But I keep forgetting that because Eris is Force Affinity, you need a Force Affinity DPS to take the stun, so that Eris can cleanse. You're right. That is a thing. Swanbase says, no, you don't need insane gear. You have a 1 key with Maneater and Emic. I have a pretty good gear, similar to Culvert, I think, but not insane. Yeah, I feel like the double Maneater, Emic is an improvement on the double Maneater. And double Maneater is a 1 key Ultra Nightmare. You know, it says insane gear. I think one of the issues may be that when you're running the double Maneater, you actually get more turns. Because you have to run faster. You need to run at 5-3. And with Emic, you run both of them at 4-3. So you get 2 additional attacks per cycle. So there's that. And because you're also running faster, I think you can run another DPS at 4-3 as opposed to at 1-1. So you might get like 3 or 4 additional damaging actions in a single cycle from the double Maneater. But I wouldn't be surprised if you can get the 1 key from the Emic Maneater. Is the Red Warden the high-end clan? The Red Warden clan is the high-end clan currently, yes. So if so, I'm a bit worried the clan doesn't clear Nightmare Hydra, do they? We do not clear Nightmare Hydra, no. Yeah, the clan is actually not that old, and we're not full, and 2, we have players who have only been playing maybe 6 months and are advancing quickly, but aren't to Nightmare Hydra. By the way, I'm not at Nightmare Hydra. I am at Nightmare Hydra, but I don't actually care about Hydra. So the clan is not super Hydra focused. We did win Hydra Clash this week because we're starting at the bottom. But it is, you know, it's a mix of free-to-play players and spenders. It's never going to be in like the top 100 clans. That's not the purpose of our cluster. The purpose of our cluster is to provide friendly, you know, active clans for people who like the community, and the community is fantastic. So if you're part of the Colred Plays Discord community and you enjoy that and you want to play with those people, this is the opportunity. Or if you're just, you know, looking for a clan that's fun and social and active, we compete, we do well, but the goal is to have fun while we're doing well. So if you're really end game and you're really high performing, you probably don't want our cluster. That's not really what the cluster's about. Sabik says, it's tough to hit the speeds on Demytha Eris, but I run a Myth Fu without the Fu Shan speed aura, and the damage on that was easy enough to 1 key. Okay, yeah. The Myth Fu is a good comp. Remove Razin and replace with Geo. There you go. If you have Geo. Caveman says, thank God for the stream. Work is so boring. Can you go over an Alsgore Roshguard team sometime? I just need to book Roshguard. I've never done an Alsgore Roshguard team, but what I would say is let me just quick look in game at Alsgore. So he's a relatively new unkillable champ in the Barbarian factions. He came out earlier this year, or I mean earlier last year. So he has a block damage buff on all allies for 2 turns on a 4-turn cooldown. So this is the key, right? So there's Alsgore, there's Roshguard the tower, and there's Helikath. All 3 of them, I think those are the only 3. Am I missing one? Sir Nicholas is unkillable, right? So it's a 2-turn unkillable on a 4-turn. Yeah, so I think those are the 3 2-turn block damage champions. Demytha's the 4th block damage, Warcaster's the 5th block damage, And then you have Sir Nicholas, Maneater, and Emic as the unkillable. Am I missing anybody? I think those are the 8. So here's the thing. Any 2-turn block damage champion of 4-turn cooldown can work in any of those comps. Like, they all work exactly the same way. So all right, so here on Deadwood site, it doesn't matter. All 3 of those are interchangeable. They're completely interchangeable. They do different things with their other skills, but they're interchangeable in terms of the block damage skill. So basically what you would do is you would just come here and you'd say, I mean, you could go to like unkillable, but let's say we just pick Roshguard the Tower. Any Roshguard the Tower team could use Alsgore or Maneater, not Maneater, Helicath. So let's look at Batman Forever. Okay, so the reason I picked this is because it's a 2-to-1 ratio team. But what you'll notice is at the bottom of each column, you have 2 block damage champions. One is Roshguard, one is Warcaster. Okay. Now, Warcaster only has a 1-turn block damage skill. So he needs to be in the bottom spot. Roshguard has a 2-turn block damage skill. So he can be 1 spot above. Now, what happens is when Roshguard puts his block debuffs or block damage up, everybody gets covered for 2 turns. Warcaster burns one of those turns. So he still has 1 turn of the buff up. And so everybody survives the AoE 1. Then when you come back around to the next column, they swap. Now Warcaster puts up the block damage, right? And because he's at the bottom of the column, nobody burns a turn. And so everybody has block damage. And then in the next column, they swap back. Roshguard does it. Warcaster burdens 1 out of the 2 turns, and he's covered. Okay? Now, you can do this exact same swap with anybody who has a 4-turn cooldown block damage buff. So Warcaster works here. But you could also put Helicath or Alsgore. It doesn't matter. As long as you have 2 block damage champions with 2 4-turn cooldown block damage skills, you can do this. If you use Warcaster, Warcaster needs to be the blue bar. If you don't use Warcaster, right, then you can interchange these 2 and it doesn't matter. So if you have Alsgore, we put him here, right? And you'll notice he cycles exactly the same way. Literally the exact same way, because his skill is also on a 4-turn cooldown, but it's up for 2 turns. So what'll happen is at the top of column 3, you'll notice people still have block damage buffs like up for a long time because they take a while to fall off because they're not used up until column 3. So, here all it takes is a Seeker, and a moderately like geared Seeker too. You're running at 248, which is a pretty nice speed to run a Seeker at. Like it doesn't hurt to run them faster, but you can run a Seeker at 248 and that's fine. You do need to run your Alsgore at 265 and your Roshguard at 246. And this doesn't have a speed aura. If you got a speed aura champion into this team, that would alleviate some of the pressure here. All of these champions are running like decently fast, but not overwhelmingly fast, right? So between 220 at the slowest and 265 at the fastest, that's manageable. For the supports, it's certainly manageable. For the damage dealers, to run a damage dealer at 247 and another one at 220, the 220 is probably really manageable. The 247, that's a little bit tricky on a damage dealer. Another thing you could do here to alleviate some of the speed pressure is put, speed into your area bonus. Get I don't know, as much of the speed area bonus as you can comfortably get. And that really alleviates that pressure there. So we come down here to the Demon Lord battles. And, for 1,000 medals, you can get, 6 speed there. That could maybe alleviate the pressure a little bit. I mean, if you want to invest a little bit more, get to 10 or 12, you could. You know, again, you know, the thing I like about this speed tune a little bit more than the other speed tunes, especially the Myth Air, is that one, you're running at 2-to-1, which is really nice. That's going to be a 1 key in most cases. You have 2 DPS slots, which means you can bring more debuffs. And it only requires 1 turn meter filled champion, only requires Seeker. You know, now there is an issue here, actually. So this team, I don't know why they did this. I don't know if this team is built to just soak the stun. Like, this isn't using a cleanser or a block debuff buff. You know, so potentially you need to bring a Brogni in here. Or you need to bring, you know, somebody that has a cleanse or a block debuff buff. Or you need to soak the stun. Now, soaking the stun is fine if it's on a DPS, right? But soaking the stun is not okay on one of your block damage champions. So Roshguard and Alsgor can't take the stun. Seeker cannot take the stun. It has to be one of your DPS. Let's see if that's what they mentioned. If running 2 DPS, then one of them must take the stun. It's helpful to run Unkillable Champs and Seeker on one set of Immortal to heal back poison damage taken against Void. Okay. If you're trying to, like, control the stun target. It does also say if you're using a block debuffs, you want to do it out of the 245, 247. And if you want to do a cleanse, it should be the slow DPS. So, you know, those are also the options there. Now, there are some champions, like, you know, here you can see, like, the DPS cleanser is Doom Priest. But there are some champions who do, like, a pretty good amount of damage, even from, like, one of those spots, like a Brogni. You know, or you could find somebody who's got, like, an HP burn or some poisons, or you get a, you know, you get a cleanser and put them in a toxic set. Like, there are ways to get extra damage out of that, you know. But like I said, because you have these 2 DPS spots, even if one of them has to be a cleanser, you have more flexibility with bringing extra debuffs like a weaken or whatever. Which, by the way, if you have Helicath, one of the reasons why Helicath is so freaking good for Clan Boss is he's got an A1 weaken. So, like, you're bringing it, you know, you're bringing the weaken with your unkillable champion. That's super nice. That's really, really nice. But basically, any of these tunes, like, it doesn't have to be this one. If you don't like this one, you don't like the way it sets up, you just go and say, okay, you know, again, Roshguard the Tower, and literally any of these. Let's look at Deacon Forever. I don't even know what this is about. It's got Deacon. So same setup. Instead of using Seeker, you're using Deacon. Now, Roshguard's running at over 300, so that's kind of like a Demythus speed. I wonder if this is a really fast. Is this a 2-to-1 or 3-to-1? So it's pretty fast. But it's the same situation, right? You have the 2 unkillables at the bottom, and they're swapping back and forth. So it's basically the same speed. It's just with Deacon instead of Seeker. Fast Tower Skull Crusher could work. Skull Crusher is the second unkillable. He becomes the stun target. He has a passive unkillable, so you don't need a second unkillable champion here. This will run slow, and what'll happen is, so when Roshguard puts up his block damage buff, the second column needs to be covered. So nobody can go twice. Everybody has to go once in the second column. So because nobody's gone at the end of bottom, because he's last in column 1, he covers column 1. Because nobody goes twice, everybody still has the buff up that covers column 2. And then Skull Crusher, who becomes the stun target, covers column 3. So you only need Roshguard, and then you've got Skull Crusher. The downside of this comp is that you can't run anybody fast. Everybody has to be slow because you need this middle column to only have 1 attack each. So the speed requirements are a little bit easier. 190s and then 241 and 244. And that's without a speed aura. So definitely, you know, manageable. I'm not sure this is ever a 1 key. It might be. Might be. What's this saying? 3 key Ultra Nightmare. Yeah, I wouldn't expect this to be a 1 key. That being said, you can bring multiple DPS. You're just running so slow that you don't get enough actions, you know? And also in a comp like this, you can't run Relentless. You know, you can't run champions that have extra turn mechanics. And the reason that that's true, by the way, if you don't know this, this is kind of a good measure. Like you're going to have to test every single comp no matter what. But if you're wondering if you can use Relentless, or if you're wondering if you can use an extra turn mechanic, you can't here. And the reason is because if anybody goes an extra time in column 2, they lose the block damage debuffs, and then they're going to be killed. You know, at some point they'll be killed. Whereas if you go to the Myth Air one, right? Since the Myth is going last in every single column, let's say, you know, Razin was an extra turn champion. So let's say instead of Razin, you know, we had Whisper, who could get an extra turn. Well, if she goes here and then gets an extra turn, and then she goes here and then she gets an extra turn, the Mytha still goes last. And the last thing that happens in every column is the block damage goes up. So if you get 7 extra turns in this column, it literally doesn't matter because the buff gets applied after you're done taking your extra turn. And then you can't go after Demyth. Now, sometimes speed tunes are so close that getting a champion to take an extra turn can be problematic. But usually this is how you can determine whether it's even possible. So if an extra turn in a column would absolutely result in a dropped buff, an unkillable buff, then you can't use the tune. If it wouldn't absolutely, you know, result in a dropped buff, then you may be able to use the extra turn mechanic. Okay, let's go back to the game. Swambi says, I might still apply. I'm at the same level as you, Colred, just really like Hydra, hence the question. I can actually help the clan getting there, I think. Thanks for clarifying. Yeah, that would be great. That would absolutely be great. And I'm sure there are other players who are more interested in Hydra than I am, and they may push me back into Hydra. Is that one of the non-spirit affinity comps? I don't even know. I'm just theory crafting at the moment. Like if I were to practically choose one, then I would have to sit down and think about all of that. But could you put in Pythion? Pythion is a great cleanser who also has a block debuff. Pythion works great in clan boss if you you're sucking me back into clan boss. So imagine a scenario like this where Pythion goes here where Maneater is going at the bottom of column 2. What he does is no. Well, okay. So this is how you would use a block debuffs champ. Okay, you would use a block debuffs champ here who would put up a 2-turn block debuffs. It would cover the slow because the slow always happens at the end of column 2 in Spirit Affinity. It would cover the slow so no slow would be applied. And then as long as everybody only goes once in the next column, in column 3, it also covers the stun. So a single block debuffs champion can cover the slow and the stun in this particular setup. They have to go last in column 2, and everybody has to only go once in column 3. Okay, so anytime you're using a block debuffs champion, that's the most likely scenario. Now, there are a couple of different ways to use a cleanser. If you're using a Demytha style situation, what happens is you have Eris go first at the top of every column. So in this case, the debuffs actually get applied. They don't get blocked. The stun gets applied, and then in the top of column 1, Eris goes and cleanses everybody. That's why she can't be stunned. If she's stunned, she can't cleanse, right? So what she's doing is she's basically saying, as long as I'm not stunned, I will go first before anybody else goes. So no matter who else is stunned, it really doesn't matter who the stun target is. I will cleanse them before their turn. but I can't be stunned. Right? Now, if you put Doom Priest in this spot, not for this speed tune, but I mean, if you put Doom Priest in a speed tune where she's going at the top of every column, then it doesn't matter if Doom Priest gets stunned or not, because her cleanse is a passive. And the passive goes off regardless of whether she's stunned. So she would even remove stuns from herself. She's also not critically important in the speed tune, you know, like Eris is. She can't afford to be stunned because then she doesn't do what she needs to do in her turn. She doesn't increase speed, and then everybody falls out of tune. So that's an option. Now, it's possible with Pythion, who has a cleanse and a block debuffs, that you can actually do a third setup, which is really rare. It's uncommon to get a setup like this. I will see if I can find one. I don't think any of the tunes... Okay. So it would kind of be like this Skull Crusher setup. So Skull Crusher would be Pythion. And Pythion would use, we'd want his A3 in that. I'm sorry, we'd want his A2 in that column. So we would probably prioritize it. And then 1 turn delay. Yeah. Okay. And now what you're seeing, it's not cycling around the right way because his cooldowns are different, but whatever. So if you could get him into this spot, what you'll notice is he would cleanse the slow here. His cleanse goes off. He's going first. So the debuff gets applied to everybody. But because he's not taken a turn yet, it doesn't affect him yet. It doesn't affect anybody yet until they take, until like they have to gain turn meter. So he would cleanse the slow from everybody afterwards and then put up the block debuffs. And as long as people don't go twice, then the block debuffs buff will be up. Pythion can go twice because it gets applied at the end of his turn. Right? So he'll still have it up into this next column and it'll drop off in the next column. Right? But as long as nobody else goes twice, then Pythion's cleansed your slow and blocked your stun. Now, there is one other scenario where you can use somebody like this, but it requires a second champion. And that is a buff extension champion. So if you use a buff extension champion, you could potentially have Pythion go in the second column. He doesn't have to go last. You like free him up from that spot. So let's say you have Pythion go here where he is, right? And he's using his A2 there. And then let's say we make Bulwark here. Or Frozen Banshee. We'll make Frozen Banshee a buff extension champion. So who's a good buff extension champion? Like, I don't know. It could be be Demitha. No, let's use Godseeker. All right. So now Godseeker needs to use her buff extension after Pythion uses his skill. So we need to get that wherever that it would be. There. Okay, it's at A2, sorry. So now what happens is Pythion goes, Godseeker extends that buff, and now that block debuffs is actually up for 3 turns. Right? And so that allows everybody to go once here. They still have it up for the slow. It's still going to be up as long as nobody goes 3 times after Pythion's buff. Then they're covered all the way down. So I think we've just covered every way that I can think of to handle the stun. In the first case, you can just soak it as long as somebody who's key to the speed tune doesn't take the stun, right? So as long as you don't have your cleanser or a buff champion or turn meter filler or anything like that, as long as you just have a DPS take the stun, you literally don't have to block it. You just let them take the stun. You lose turns. That's the downside. You can use a cleanser as long as the cleanser doesn't take the stun. You can use a block debuffs champion as long as you're set up for that, or you can use a block debuffs and a buff extension to kind of get more full coverage. the only other thing that I could think of is if you can direct the stun to a champion who either self-removes the stun or is just immune to stun. And there are like 3 or 4 champions in the game who are like that, who either are immune to stuns or cleanse stuns. You know, so then you could just direct it to them and you don't have to worry about, you know, them getting stunned. So for instance, that's why we were talking about Skull Crusher, right? So Skull Crusher has this passive that decreases the duration of all debuffs on this champion by 1 turn at the start of each turn. That effectively is a cleanse for a 1-turn debuff. And so when he gets stunned, he just removes the stun from himself. That's literally every way to handle the stun. Every way you could handle the stun on Clan Boss. I don't think I missed any. If I missed any, let me know. All right, we got to start finishing up these dailies. We need Doom Tower. We need to unlock masteries. Classic Arena, 4 different affinities. Let's do that one. Classic Arena, 4 different affinities. We'll take on one. Oh, that's 154k Marishka. Let's avoid her for a second. 4 different affinities. Nope. It's got to be magic, right? I normally have a team for this. Who do I use? Where is she? I'm blind for a moment. I can't. There's Elva. Okay. So Elva, and then I use I mean, it really doesn't matter against one champion, but I like to have a good composition anyway. Caveman says, could I put in Python? I have 2, so could I build him for that team? You could. Brogni makes it affinity friendly too. I got no Deacon, no Seeker yet, says Caveman. I run Deacon forever with 2 towers and just rotate DPS around affinity to control the stun. There you go. Bright says, I run an Emic version of that team and I get a 2 key on Void. Affinity can be rough. Yeah, Stephen Markley, that's exactly what I said. As long as your block damage goes last, you're in pretty good shape for the relentless stuff. All right, faction wars with at least a rare on the team. That shouldn't be a problem here, I don't think. All right, let's double check. What's the other one? Skinwalkers don't have. I don't have a rare there. That's okay. Actually, you know what? If I remember correctly, this team might take a while. Well, I'll just let it run and see. I don't have any level 60 damage dealers. Yeah. So, yeah, Clan Boss is fun. I like messing around. I teased this earlier. I said I was gonna let some secrets out, and then I didn't for a while. But if anybody is still around from the beginning of the stream, I'm gonna let a secret out of the bag. I'm working on a new kind of infinity comp. I've been theory crafting it for several months, and I just haven't had the opportunity to really build it out. And it's based on Corvus. So somebody asked me about Corvus early on and where to use them. And then somebody else was like, you know, I don't know, we were talking about secrets. And I was like, so yeah, there's it. I theory crafted the original idea for this team like 2 years ago. And I pulled a Corvus, and that's when I started thinking about it. And I pulled it on an alt account that just did not have the gear and the champions to make the team work. And even on my main account, I think it's going to be a stretch. That's going to be a stretch, but I'm building it. Every month I build a champion, and I'm like, all right, I just need time to build it and put it together and speed tune it and test it. You have 2 Corvus. That's now. Here's the thing with buff extension champions, you do not need to go with an infinity comp. You don't have to do an infinity comp. You can just use a buff extension to allow you to run faster, you know, and still have buff coverage. If you have 2 Corvuses, you can do a really good job there, right? We all get the possibility of Lady Mikage. I actually can pull her. I was talking about her early in the stream. I can pull her and she gives me a buff extension. I'm not sure exactly how the AI worked for mythical champions because she also has an ally attack. She also has a weaken, but you have to change forms, and I don't know if that's actually a possibility. So once I pull Lady Mikage, I may work her into the team and pull out one of my other buff extenders. But typically when you run, like if you think about the cadaver comp was using corpulent cadavers damage increase from having a huge shield. So you just built a huge shield with Brogni and then buff extenders. And then corpulent cadaver did a ton of damage based on the size of the shield. But that doesn't have to be the way you do it, right? You don't necessarily have to do that composition. Corpulent cadaver has now been nerfed. You can't do nearly as much damage. I might still mess around with a corpulent cadaver composition if I can make it work. But typically, in order to make that work, you need a Krisk. And I don't own Krisk. And so I was always worried that I couldn't do a infinity comp because I didn't have a Krisk. So Krisk brings a couple of really important skills. One, he already has a buff extension. The second thing is he provides a shield. You like spawn in with a shield, which is really nice. So you get a second big shield. And then the third thing is that he has an ally protect. You need the ally protection to reduce the amount of damage that you're taking on the shield. So you do need an ally protect. He's the only champion in the game that does both. He's the only champion that extends buffs and has an ally protect. So if you take him out, you have to replace him with 2 champions. I'm sorry, I'm just reading chat. Yeah, you can do a lot of interesting compositions with Corvus. This is not the only way to run Corvus. This is just I had two theory crafts for Corvus. There are only 50 people in the live stream right now, so I feel like I'm not really letting this out of the bag, and I don't know how long it's going to take me to build. I really had 2 compositions for Corvus. One was I saw his passive. His passive, if you don't know, is he decreases the incoming damage to your team by 5% for each poison on the enemy up to 25%. So you can get a 25% reduction in damage by having 5 poisons on your target and a Corvus. So I started looking for other damage mitigation champions. Now, there are several. Duchess has one. I don't own a Duchess. Tyrant Ixlamore has one. It's 10% decrease based on an HP burn. I have that. You have Geomancer, right? He has the damage reflection. There's Venom Mage. Venom Mage activates a 15% damage reduction based on a heal reduction debuff. There are a few others, but those are mostly the ones. So I'm starting to think, how many of those can I cram into a team? Could I get Venom Mage and Corvus and Tyrant Ixlamore and, and how many damage mitigators could I get onto a team? And then, how can I make sure that all the debuffs, because you need an HP burn for Tyrant Ixlamore, you need a heal reduction for Venom Mage, you need 5 poisons for Corvus, and then you also probably want your weaken, your poison sensitivity, your decrease attack. You're like, now what about decreased defense? Like, you start to run out of spots for debuffs. And so it's going to be variable. So at first I was thinking about a damage mitigation comp. And then I started thinking about the infinity comp. And I realized that in order to get an infinity comp going, you need buff extenders. Now there's a way to build an infinity comp with 2 buff extenders. It's not really reliable, but what you do is you run them with reflex, and you run them with like all the cooldown reduction. So you run them with cycle of magic, and you run them with reflex accessories or whatever they're called, and the set. And so you're trying to just get to the point where it's so likely that one of the 2 buff extenders gets the cooldown reduction that you never actually lose the debuffs. In fact, what can happen is you can get more cooldown reduction that you can actually like build up a little bit of a cushion. So rather than just extend one every turn so that it's 100% coverage, you actually maybe extend like 5 times in 3 turns. And then if you miss 2 turns, you're back to where you need to be anyway. So there's a way to do that, and that allows you to like squeeze in an extra champion, but it's not 100% reliable. And I didn't really love that idea. So I have built a team. I have theory crafted a team that is an infinity team, an infinity comp team, that my hope is what it does is it gets 120 turns, 130 turns. It doesn't have a ton of damage, but it has a Corvus. And Corvus is actually my primary damage dealer, and he gets poisons and poison sensitivities out. And he gets a decent number of poisons. And then it has all my other bases covered. It has a weaken, it has a poison sensitivity, it has a decreased attack. It might not have a decreased defense. But it doesn't have all of the mitigations. It has an ally protect. And one of the cool things about an infinity comp, I don't know if you know the theory behind it. Maybe I can show you one. Let's see if I can find an infinity. Yeah, they might not have them here. Oh no, I think this might be one. Let me see. I know you're watching the fight there. All right, so this tune is the ultimate Kyoku team. So what happens is with the you have Krisk and Godseeker, who are buff extenders, and Sepulchre Sentinel. Now Sepulchre Sentinel's buff extension is actually on a 4-turn cooldown, and so that can be a little bit wonky. Because you really need it on a 3-turn cooldown. But anyway, the concept here is that once you put up a buff, you never have to reapply the buff. In fact, you don't want to reapply the buff. So let's say, where is Brogny's? Oh, Brogny's not in this. That's weird. This team lists Brogny, and then you go into the thing and it doesn't have Brogny. So let's say who's got the block. Okay, so Sepulchre Sentinel puts up the block debuffs buff, right? Is Sepulchre Sentinel maybe it's a block, she's a block debuffs champion, not a buff extender. Let me actually check that. I forget sometimes. I confuse some of these things here. So am I thinking of, I might be thinking of Sandlash Survivor. I confuse those two champions. Okay, so she just has a block debuffs buff. That's all it is. She doesn't have a buff extension. Let me look. Kyoku doesn't have a buff extension, I don't think. But she should have the ally protect, right? Yeah. Okay. I don't. So anyway, I don't know if this tune is legit what I'm trying to describe, but I'll give it a go. So basically what happens is when Sepulchre's block debuffs buff goes up, you turn off the skill. Right? You wouldn't want it to go again. So any skill that's going to be up, like if you have three buff extenders, then it gets filled in every column, right? And it lasts eternally. It never shuts off. So what that allows you to do is basically like open or use a skill once and then shut it off in the AI so it never goes again. And then the buff extensions keep that buff alive forever. That's what an infinity comp is. Now, an infinity comp doesn't require Brogni. Brogni was like the ultimate champion to put into an infinity comp, but it doesn't require Brogni. The idea isn't infinite shields. That's not the idea. It's infinite buffs. Shield is a buff. So Brogni fits the comp. But basically the idea is you use a skill once and then it stays up infinitely through buff extensions. That's what the infinity comp means. And if you go back to like the beginning of the theory crafting on the concept, that's what it meant. You just never lose your buffs, right? So imagine you use a counterattack one time on Martyr, and then she just doesn't have to use that skill again. She's got it up 100% of the time forever because of the buff extensions. This allows you to then use only attacks for your supports. Like your supports never have to support anymore. They support one time, and then they become damage dealers. So 100% of their attacks will be, or I'm sorry, 100% of their actions will be buff extensions or attacks, right? Now, granted, you are using a buff extension, but hopefully the buff extension does something else. Maybe the buff extension, has a debuff or has some other usable value to it. But you do actually turn those skills off so you get more attacks out of those other skills. Now, Corvus, the cool thing about Corvus, we'll have to wait a second. I guess I could do it on the website here. The really cool thing about Corvus, which I've mentioned before, he was for a long time the only champion in the game who had this skill. Increases the duration of all enemy debuffs by 1 turn. A second hit increases the duration of all ally buffs by 1 turn. I have mentioned this multiple times in streams and videos, and people keep coming back to me and mentioning all these other champions who have similar skills that aren't the same. They're like, no, this other champion does the same thing. No, this is the only champion. This is an increased duration and an increased duration. Every single other champion has an increase and a decrease. Nobody has an increase and an increase. Nobody else other than Corvus. And now Lady Mikage. Lady Mikage is the second champion who has an increased duration of enemy debuffs, increased duration of ally debuffs. In fact, for her, she has an increase, decrease, which is crazy. So it's even more powerful, right? She decreases the duration of ally buffs, debuffs, and decreases the duration of enemy buffs. So she has increase, decrease. Everybody else has increase, decrease in one of the 2 combos, right? Like, or actually, I guess there are 4 combos. But in one of the 4, nobody has an increase. Go ahead and look, search. Nobody does, except these 2 champions. So what this means is when you lay down a weaken or a poison sensitivity, he's not only extending your ally buffs, he's increasing the duration of those enemy debuffs, which means more uptime on your weaken, which means more, more stacks of poison, more stacks of HP burn. So if you're using debuffs as a way to get damage out there, he's going to help that. And if you're using buffs as a way to survive, he's going to help that. And then in addition, he has poison sensitivity, which is the same as a weaken for poison, basically. Right? 25% extra damage from poisons. And then the poisons also reduce the damage that you take. Like decreases the damage enemies under poison debuffs inflict. 5% less damage per poison debuff up to 25%. He does a whole lot, and then he brings an increased attack on his A1. He is literally he's the perfect clan boss champion for so many things. As long as you're not talking about a unkillable composition. So many people get caught up in unkillable compositions that they forget about great killable composition and champions like Kyoku, like Corvus. You know, there's so many really, really good champions with this, like this. So, you know, another composition I was thinking of was poison extension with a poison activation. So I was trying to like, could you get Ashma in here who could extend poison debuffs further? Could you get, you know, somebody else who does that? And then could like Dark Kale, I think, does both. Dark Kale was the first guy I tried to combo with Corvus, actually. So he has his A2, attacks all enemies. Each critical hit has a 100% chance of increasing duration of all debuffs on the target by 1 turn. So that would extend poisons again. Again, your weaken, your poison sensitivity would be extended. He also puts poisons down. But he also has this A1, attacks one enemy 3 times. Each hit has a 35% chance of instantly activating 2 poison debuffs, or 1 poison debuff and 1 HP burn debuff. So you get the debuff extension, and then you get the poison activation. So could you mix him in with Corvus? You know, and then I'm thinking about Venom Mage, also poisons and activation, you know, because what you don't want to do is just completely fill up the debuff bar so that you can't get more value out of poisons. You want to get more value out of the poisons. The second thing you don't want to do is you don't want to activate all your poisons so that Corvus's passive isn't working, right? Because if you burn away the poisons, his passive damage mitigation is based on poisons being applied. Have you had enough yet? Have you had enough yet? So my point is, I've got a comp. I think it's cool. I hope it does 1 key damage on all affinities. It's fully affinity friendly because it'll be the most fun comp I've ever built. And it'll be utilizing a champion that I'm really excited about. I need a rare. Okay. Stephen Markley says, I have 2 Brognies. Corvus and Brogni are my only 2 dupes, but they are awesome dupes to have. Yes. You could run Brogni, Corvus. There is a stupidly... You could run... You could run Brogni, Corvus, Lady Mikage. It would be a full auto, full affinity friendly 1 key Ultra Nightmare team. You could do it. You could do it. It would be sick. It would be sick. Yeah, I'm always confusing Sepulcher and Sandlashed. Yeah, Theodore would also be good. So he's another champion that I would like to have. I don't think I have him. I have pulled a lot of champions in recent months that I don't even remember that I have because I've been playing this account so little. But I don't think I have Theodore yet. Theodore is Knights Revenant. Yeah, I don't have him. So this is another really great champion, right? Poison sensitivity, 2 poisons. The increased speed has to be accounted for. You need to figure that out a little. it could still work in a infinity comp, you know, but you would have to account for the extra speed somehow. And I'm not sure how to speed tune that yet. Increases duration of all poisons and HP burn debuffs on all enemies by 1 turn, then instantly activates a stack, which is really nice. So it basically adds a stack and burns it, which is, it's awesome because that means anything wouldn't cut, like it stays where it was. You know what I mean? It has a weaken, which is awesome. And then his passive is just resist, right? So it's like, yeah. So poison sensitivity, poisons, weaken, and then buff extensions with activation. So I have a really interesting comp that I hope works well. I have 2 versions of it. I actually have like 7 versions of it, but I have 2 versions of it I'm going to try first. And I thought I was going to try version A, and then I swapped to version B because I already had the version B champion built, whereas version A champion needed to be built up. But then it took me so long to get my act together that champion A is now built. So I'm switching back to composition A because I'm like, I think I like him better anyway. But then I sort of want to use composition B because I've already built it, you know, and I'm like, So I'm swapping back and forth. I still have all these videos to cover. We got the other channel with Pal World going on. It's crazy. So I don't know when I'm going to have a video on this. And I don't know how much people care about like end game clan boss compositions that they probably can't create. Like to create this composition requires very specific champions. Like you absolutely need a Corvus for this to work. You absolutely need a Corvus for this to work. And then you probably have, like, out of the other 4 spots, you have like 9 options for those 4 spots in specific combos. So it's like there are 10 champions in the game that could make this composition work, and you need, there are 2 of them that are irreplaceable. So it's just a strain, you know, obviously it's an infinity comp. So yeah, you know, if you have Krisk, but if you have Krisk, you don't need the Corvus comp, which is kind of weird. So this is the non-Krisk infinity comp that's not a cadaver comp that I think could be a 1-key full auto Ultra Nightmare on all affinities. But I won't know until I do it. But if I pull it off, first of all, I'm going to make that video and I'm going to be excited about it and you'll all know that it's coming. But the second thing is I'm going to be so pumped. Like that will be my perfect, that'll be like my, I don't know what you call it, but that's like, you know, my Magnus Opus. It'll be the final clan boss, like speed tune, the one tune to rule them all for me. Like if I ever pull a Krisk in the future, I'll just be like, nah, I don't even care. Corvus is cooler. All right, so we got a little bit of energy left. What else? We still have quests, though. We got to burn quests. We got this and this. Silver Keys and Doom Tower. I should use my... how much time do I have? I have 17. We have 17 minutes before the reset, folks. So if you need to get a move on with any kind of finishing of anything, you should do that. Let's just do. Stephen Markley says, Cole, if you could only give me your gear, I could run the theory for you. Steven, I'm happy to. Clearly, I love theory crafting clan boss. If like Deadwood Jedi weren't already out there and Saf weren't out there, I would have positioned myself as the clan boss guy. Like I still have a ton to learn, but I love it. It's my favorite part of the game, and it's like the oldest part of the game. You know, I am really enjoying stuff like Doom Tower and Centranos. I generally like those areas of content as well. And I do like Arena, but you know, it's like. This is my, I would rather spend 4 hours theory crafting a clan boss team than doing anything else in the game. So, yeah, I think, you know, there are like when we were first doing clan boss, even before I was playing the game, when the community was first doing Clan Boss, there was like a certain theory of how to get the most damage out of it. You know, and people were messing around with buffs and debuffs, extent like how many turns could you get? You know, where could you get extra damage from? We started discovering poisons. This was before HP burns were in the game, I think. You know, it's like, oh, this is when the ally protect understanding came into being. Like the fact that ally protect reduces the damage before it gets amplified, which is kind of interesting. So it like even protects you more than it's supposed to. All that kind of stuff there. Johan says, hi, Colred. Kind of a new player here. Is it too early to build a Splatoon team within the first month? Kind of struggling for direction. Yes and no. You can always build a Splatoon team. You can always think of a Splatoon concept. But the tunes that we've been talking about today, you're not there, obviously. That's not a thing. Like, unless you spent thousands of dollars in your first month, you don't have the champions really available. Or maybe you've gotten super, super lucky. And you may not have the gear available as well to Splatoon. But I do have a video. Let me see if I can find it for you. I gotta close some of these windows. I have made a video on an early Splatoon composition that anybody can use. And it's a pretty good video. It'll definitely get you started with Clan Boss. Here we go. Go check out that video. It's about a 1-to-1 speed tune. Okay, so the very simplest speed tune is when everybody takes a turn once and then the boss goes once, and then you all take a turn once and then the boss goes once. And you just keep the order of, like, the sequence doesn't change, so it becomes a very predictable way to know when your buffs and debuffs are going to be placed. It's not like a high damage speed tune, but it allows you to understand the basics of speed tunes and to start to theory craft a composition that may do well for, let's say, like up to brutal or so. And then once you're ready, you can start to mix in like 4-3 champions, and it's a really great introduction to speed tuning and allows you to like theory craft off of that with any champion in the game. That's the really nice thing. So, you know, there are champions who have 3-turn cooldowns, champions who have 4-turn cooldowns, 5-turn cooldowns, 6-turn cooldowns. There are cooldown decreasers. There are buff extenders. There are, you know, there's all sorts of different ways to manipulate. There are champions that get extra turns. So all of that can be folded in later. But originally, you just want to start understanding like how a team composition gets the most, like the difference in turn order can matter drastically. Just think about arena. Like when you speed tune an arena team, right? You want your increased attack champion to go before your decreased defense champion, because your decreased defense champion is hitting. Like if your War Maiden is your decreased defense champion, you want that decreased defense. That's going to increase the amount of damage that your enemy takes from your nuker who's later in the turn order, right? But she's also hitting. So you do your increased attack first. That makes her hit harder as she applies the debuff. And then your nuker goes at the end with the increased attack and the decreased defense buff on, or buffs on, debuffs on. So that sequence of turn order makes a lot of sense. Having your nuker go first and then your decreased defense champion go doesn't make sense, right? Because then you're not getting the value of the decreased defense. It's the same thing in Clan Boss. That's what a speed tune is. The speed tune you have in Arena works great in Clan Boss as long as it's maintained, right? As long as you don't have like a bunch of champions running at different speeds who then break up. The champions might not work, but the tune itself works, like the concept behind it works. So, you know, go ahead and watch that video. And then if you have questions, reach out in the Discord community. You can always tag me in anytime you ask a question and I'll see it and try to respond. But there's a lot of people who can help you with, information like that in the Discord community as well. And then, there's a whole series of clan boss videos in my library. You can go and watch those. Those have a ton of information as well. So I hope that helps you all. Yeah, if you don't have the gear, then you just have to wait. One of the things that you can do is you can build a tune kind of proactively. You can say, I'm going to build this tune even though I don't have the gear yet. Like I'm going to put together the tune. Maybe you can't get up to the speeds yet, but you can get them into a slower tune. Maybe you can just start 6-starring the champions and getting their mastery so that when you do get the gear, you just have to slap it on them and then you can speed tune. But being proactive about clan boss and planning ahead is really useful. And then if you know that gear is your bottleneck, obviously you want to farm that, be creative in the ways you farm it. What can you get out of the forge? What can you get out of campaign? What can you get out of dungeons? Are there 3 times drop rate events? What about like the forge pass gear or Doom Tower gear? Like, there's all sorts of places where you can kind of be creative about how to get gear that can speed you up if you're paying attention. Not a lot, but a little bit. And sometimes a little bit is all you really need. That could just make the grind a little bit less unfriendly. And then be patient, be patient, make incremental progress, keep pushing. And hopefully you'll get there. So, don't be afraid to be aspirational in this game. Don't be afraid to look ahead and say, I think I can make that in the future. And that's going to be a great goal, because having that goal like drives you forward. If you want progress now in this game, which is what they often are trying to get you to go for, you have to spend money. But if you are aspirational about it, and if you just plan for a comp, like this whole thing about this Corvus, clan boss comp I was talking about, I've been thinking about this for a year. When I pull it off, I'm going to be so satisfied, and granted, I could build it and it could not work. That's also possible, but at least the idea will have been attempted and solved in my head, and I'll understand more about the game than I did before I tried. So, that's where I am right now. But yeah, absolutely. Watch those videos and let me know. Freaky Gamer says, what is your thought on getting rid of all my rare faction guardians running out of space in vault? Can I just feed them? I'm a completionist. That doesn't feel great to me, but I will say this. You could pare it down to just the rares that are valuable. So what I mean is, like, if you want faction guardians in the Dark Elves, it should be Coldheart and Kale and, like 1 or 2, like Spirit Host. It should just be those champions. And then you can literally get rid of all your other rares. If you wanted to, if you want to create vault space, you can do that. The reason that I don't do that personally is because I'm always worried that somewhere down the line, somebody's going to find a really great solution for some rare that I've had in the vault for the last 7 months, and it's like, what's the likelihood? Every time a rare gets used in a solution, they nerf the rare. So Tonk, you fed your what? You fed your rares? I'm going to show you something in a second. I just got to make sure I complete my dailies before 7 o'clock. All right, I've got to also make sure that I've done everything I need to do on my free-to-play account, on my challenge account. I'm not sure I have. I need to finish this one fight and then swap over. I'm rushing now. Honestly, I always forget that I start the Thursday stream so late in the day, and then the server reset just kind of catches up to me really quickly. Yeah, look at all these I didn't do. I'm almost there. Minutes, just minutes. So I'm playing on my phone here because I got to run both accounts. I could have run a second instance on my computer. I should have done that. I blame all of you. It's your fault. That's my emotional statement. Make good decisions, good things happen. It's a bad decision to stream today. Nah, this is great. I'm enjoying the stream quite a bit. Okay. Main account. Dailies are done. Advanced quests are done. Forge Pass is done. Centranos is not done. Doom Tower is done. Faction Crypts are half done. But that's okay. I'm going to put that down for this second. And we'll focus on this one. But here's something that you can do if you're running out of time. Just do one. Give up. Go back and fight the same one. Put your best team in the first slot. Win the first one. Put series. Done. And I complete it. Silver Keys and Doom Tower, not going to happen. Faction Wars should happen. Classic Arena, unlock a mastery for any champion. Let's do that. Here. So, Faction Wars without losing champion. Let's see. Why would you do that? Why would you not open with your AoE? There we go. Damn it. It doesn't really matter. Does it? What's happening?
Angelica Lang-Eus became a member.
Ah, well. I didn't get through it. I thought I had a couple more minutes. Oh well. All right. That was weird. Angelica. I'm pretty sure Angelica is a member. Maybe her renewal just processed. Sometimes that happens. Somebody's not in the channel, but because the way the text to speech works, if their account gets updated in YouTube and they've like re-upped, you know, they re-subscribe to the channel, then we get the announcement. So, oh yeah, by the way, if anybody doesn't know, I think a lot of people know and they've either opted in or out, but I will quickly just walk through this for the YouTube channel. If you are interested, you can come to the main page here. Go ahead, click on join. You're going to get a pop-up menu that just kind of shows you all the various options for subscribing to the channel if you want to support us and the content that we're making. Got a great little community of members going. And yeah, good. Shout out to any of the members who are currently in the live stream. First of all, hello, thank you. And second of all, I've got something special coming your way this week. By the way, the vote just went live. So if you go here, if you are Shadowkin or above, I think even if you're Barbarian, you get a priority video suggestion. So every month, the members get to force me to do a video topic they want me to do. It can literally be about anything that they want. They make suggestions, then they all vote on those suggestions. It takes 2 weeks, and then I have 2 weeks to make the video. So every month that we do that. So if you enjoyed my Hydra video from last month, it was literally the last day of January, but you have the members to thank for that video because I would not have done a Hydra video at that time, but they wanted more Hydra content, and so that's what happened. But yeah, you get a lot of cool little perks here. You get some badges. You get the little badges here. You get the emojis, and we've got more emojis coming as well. Those should be coming out in the next month or so. We've actually got like 6 or 8 more emojis planned. So this number is going to double. And then there's some perks in Discord. There's a members area where you get to chat. And like I said, I've got some content coming for the members. Should be actually landing in the next couple of days. So that's going to be like the first chance we've really had to give the members some special treatment. And I'm looking forward to it. I think that's great. I'm a pretty, egalitarian guy. I like to give everybody as much access as possible. But I do think the members deserve something a little special. And so we've got a really good one this week. So if you're a member, you can watch out for that. Okay. Let's get back to the game. Got 278 energy here now. We've got a Duchess soul. We've got a Tamesia soul. We've got a Carl soul. We've got a great bunch of souls of champions we can't use. I would love a Skrank. Oh my God, I would love a Skrank. That would be awesome. I'm tempted to pick up the Soulbound Warrior soul too, but that would be awesome to get a Skrank. All right, so one thing I want to do is I want to make sure I get this, and I might have missed did I miss the magic keep? I did, didn't I? Damn it. It literally just closed. I wasn't paying attention. So it's not going to open until Saturday. That's okay. On Saturday, the shard event is still going. So actually, Spirit just closed, right? Spirit just closed. Anyway. So yeah, I need to what am I looking at? Challenges. I need to get this shard. So I need to clear stage 13 of the Magic Keep. That's the only one I'm worried about. Stage 13 of the Ice Golem's Peak, I should get. 13 of the Fire Knight. I'm still looking for a Fire Knight champion. But I do think I can maybe make that work. So if we look at the Ice Golem, let's see where we are on Ice Golem. I don't actually know. We're on 11. My guess is we can do 12 and 13 right now. That's my guess. I leave Athel as the lead here because the extra attack could potentially get me into trouble, right? Like, so But let's go ahead and push this a little bit. Yeah, so this account's going all right. I mean, I don't have a lot of time. I have until tomorrow, basically at like 3 p.m. or something to or 4 p.m. to get my progress in for the month. And oh, I do want to update my HH optimizer. Somebody mentioned that is in fact updated now. So I'll download the new update and then we'll get credit for the new points. I need the points to be logged. So at the end of the first month, they're like distributing bonus points based on the progress that you have. And then I've heard a rumor that in month number 2, they're going to be doing some, look at those subsets. I need the cash. That was actually pretty easy. They're going to be doing like head-to-head matchups, I think, or something like that. So we'll get that information. I have been so absent from the HH challenge like scene, which was really the thing I was most excited about, was like meeting all the other content creators and talking to them. And I've talked to my teammates a bit. We have a Discord call where we're all chatting, and I hope to do a collab with YST and the other guys. We might break it up into a couple of pieces to try to get 6 people all into one, video can be kind of tough. So we'll see how this goes. But there's like a lively kind of banter going on that I'm missing out on simply because, COVID hit, and then I still haven't caught up. And I'm not likely to catch up for like another 2 or 3 weeks. Like I'm still running behind on everything. There's so much stuff that I had, and then there's so much stuff going on in my life. It's crazy. So yeah, I do want to focus on this a bit more. I have basically dropped the new versus pro account. You saw it at the beginning of this stream, just because I'm kind of trying to get my daily, my forge missions done. Because I want that set, but I kind of also like, I didn't play it for a day, and there was so much relief in not playing it for a day that I may just have to let it go. Uh-oh. Let's see if this works. So, there is that. Like once I kind of let that go and cut back on that, that'll help. And that also means, the main account is going to suffer a little bit. I will do the fusion on the main account, but other than that, I'm not really going to play it that much. And there we go. Ice Golem 13. Not even that hard, really. Okay, so now Fire Knight. Let's go see if that is a possibility. It might be a possibility. So I'm on 11. So here's the tricky thing. I don't have a lot of multi-hitters. And I don't really have any turn meter control. So I need the sustain from Melga. I've been using Hyria, who has a triple hit on her A2 and who has an ally attack on her A3, but she's not booked. Now, if I had to, I could book her, and she could help me out in 2 places. She could help me out in Clan Boss, and she could help me out here in Fire Knight. And I really did want to use it. I've been wanting to use this champion for a while, and I kind of feel like 6-starring her and just seeing how it goes. I know people think that's crazy, but I love ally attack. Ally attack is so good. This is the same ally attack, basically, that Morak Bronzlock has, except hers, I think, gives strengthen at the end of it. But it's like 3 allies. I mean, it's 2 allies in her, so it's 3. And it's like, she's a very good champion. This also has a triple hitter here that each hit has a chance, 50% chance when booked, of placing a large poison. That's not bad as a poison skill. The A1 has a 25% chance of inflicting a critical hit. I really don't care. I think I would just build her as a debuffer, as a poisoner. Like right now, she's built as a direct damage dealer, right? To try to get lifesteal. But I think this is a bad setup. By the way, yeah. So it's 8. She's built in defense percentage and HP percentage with some speed and accuracy. So she's built in a lifesteal set, but she's not built for lifesteal. but we'll see. I need the hits. You know, the only other option that I have right now is Bairdell Fellhammer. This is why I'm looking for a clan boss champion from my shard pulls this week. It's incredibly important that I do that for a whole lot of reasons. One, I need the sacred shard, but I need the champions in order to get the sacred shard, and I need the sacred shard to get the champions. So I'm in a little bit of a catch-22 there. So that being said, we should get the revive here on the first go round, which might be actually a problem. Let's change this. Nope, she's gonna revive. Question is, do we survive the hit? Oh, we might get a turn. Get a little bit of lifesteal there, get some poisons. She used her triple hit. She used her triple hit. That's unfortunate. So, you know, like if she's dead, she's not adding her hits anyway. I don't know if I can do it without her. I might be able to live long enough to like come back around to another revive. So I have 2 sustain champions, but like I'm not breaking the shield. Right? As soon as I broke the shield, it came back. Now Melga's not booked. So her cooldown's on like a 6-turn cool. I mean, her revive is on a 6-turn cooldown or 7-turn cooldown. So this is why, like, I think, you know, Rathalos and Athel and Apothecary, I mean, like all of these champions are good for this level. I just don't have a 5th champion right now. Now I could bring back in Mordecai. I'm going to 5-star him next. And he's got a little bit of turn meter decrease, and he's got a little bit of turn meter increase, but he's only got a single hit. But it might be enough for me to get. See, she's just going to die again if we don't. Okay, so now this is important. Let's make sure we do this right. All right, I want the increased speed on him. Triple hit. She doesn't have any cooldowns. Let's get the weaken applied. That's good. Decreased defense. Nice. Now, without a cleanse here, that's always frustrating too. Even with the increased speed, you get the decreased speed, you end up losing, right? Oh, she removed a debuff. Cool. All right, so let's do. We only need 1 hit. Nice. Only needed 2 poisons. Yeah, it may just be that we're not quite fast enough. We don't have quite enough hits. And like trying to work our way through this way is just not. Like I might be able to do it and get the shard, which is the important thing. But I'm not going to be able to farm at this level. Which is okay. That's fine. Yeah, no healing reduction either, so. This is tedious. It's going to be like a 20-minute fight. Without turn meter reduction, this fight just is awful. Without healing reduction, without turn meter reduction. That was a massive hit. Hyrie almost died. I'm glad she didn't, because now I can use her triple hit. But she'll probably die next turn. The revive will be up then, though. That's good. Decreased defense. Come on. Gotta land your decreased defense. Wow. The speed buffs are so critical right now. Here we go. Ally attack. What did we get? We got a triple hitter, so that'll help. That was nice. That was really... That's what you're hoping for from that ally attack, you know? Like, just either bring in Apothecary or Athel, or even both if you can, and then, you know, it's just a ton of hits. All right, well, we're going to clear this wave. We're going to clear this stage. And I think we have our cooldowns back. Yes, we do. Get the weaken on. No weaken. Or defense. There we go. Ta-da. Only 7 minutes. 5 mystery shards. Kind of a good thing. Actually, I'm kind of excited about those 5 mystery shards. All right, so that's stage 12. So clearly farming stage 13 or whatever is not going to happen. But I will take that advancement. Void shard, I'll take that as well. Unfortunately, we get our high Katoon during the summon rush, not the champion chase. That would be really nice. All right, so let's see about this. What did we do? Spider's Den. That's why I was in the Spider's Den. Go to the Spider's Den. Now, Spider's Den, once you get to stage 10, you just farm stage 10. I could probably push this, though. So let's go ahead and push a little bit just to see how we do. Once I get more... Mordecai. Once I get Mordecai to 50, this fight will be a lot easier. Because although he's not weak affinity on this, so Athel should be the spider tank for this, so this should be okay. But once he starts getting hit, he drops. Then you don't have the turn meter increase, you don't have the increased attack, and you don't have the decreased turn meter, you don't have the HP burn for the extra damage from Rathalos. Like, you lose so much. He's so key to this team. I really need him at level 50. So that's my goal for the first, champion training event is get him to 50. Find a Fire Knight champion, get him to 50, and then wreck the rest of the Fire Knight. But I can't wait that long, especially if I don't pull a Fire Knight champion. I need to at least be playing. And again, I don't know if I'm going for the fusion on this account or not. I would like to. I think this fusion champion would be incredibly helpful to this account, and it's the only way we're allowed to get legendaries. We're not allowed to get legendaries from any other source. So it has to be a fusion. And when you think about it, it's like, we're not going to get Razin inside of 90 days. That just doesn't happen unless you're super lucky. And we're not going to get... We actually don't have enough time to get Yannicka or Yakarl or Drexthar. We can't get those champions. So literally the only legendaries anybody in this challenge is going to get is from fusions. So I would like to try. That was the plan. That was why I saved all the shards. Now, maybe the shards just get me some great epics and I can't do the fusion and it doesn't matter. I just pivot to the epics anyway. You can do great work in raid with epics. But But, you know, the epic wins would be, like I said, Skrank. If I got Skrank from a Void Shard, that'd probably be next weekend. He would absolutely be beast mode. You know, there's Stagnite, there's Deacon, there's Rector Drath, there's Miscreated Monster, there's Geomancer. You know, there are a ton of champions who could make this account go. And you know, not I'm trying to stay away from like void epics, but they're void epics like Godseeker Neri and Ursula and Demitha and all of those champions too. I mean, if I pulled a Seeker, that would be incredibly useful. You know, like if somebody can get the Myth Air comp working on this challenge account, that'd be crazy. I mean, the speeds that you would need would be really high, but it's possible. You know, you could do it. Okay, so that would get us this now. I'm gonna have to go look at that banner. Another shard. All right, so now I want to fuse the Justiciar. I do need one more thing before that. What's the mission before that? 1.5 damage to the Demon Lord. Okay, well that's one click away. Let's see. Did I complete hard yet today? I didn't. All right, so hard is a 2-key, usually. Now, right now, Rathalos is weak affinity, but Athel strong affinity, so the problem is actually Mordecai. Right? We need to land the HP burns. He did, that's good. We need to land the decreased defense. We typically don't. We need to land the weaken. And we'll just let it auto. But yeah, so we're doing all right here. I have to fuse Justiciar, which is great because there's a champion chase coming up anyway, but I want to fuse him before then because I don't want to wait so long. So I'll probably fuse him anyway, just to keep moving. And, you know, the resources that are available from the missions are pretty good. So I'll have to look at the second batch of 75, actually. Let me go check that out right now. Because I'm not sure how much I should focus on that. If there aren't too many good ones, then. So if you don't know, if you come here to the Hell Hades website, you can go to the Arbiter missions. Click on that, brings you to this page, and it just gives you a list of all the missions. So clear stage 7, okay, upgrade champion to rank 5. So you need to do, that's an active thing. You can't pre-complete that. So that would be actually fine because I'm going to be ranking up champions. Clear stage 5 of Ice Golems, easy. Artifact at 16, easy. 3 stage, easy, 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 easy. Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, all of this is easy. Honestly, if I didn't get caught up in the 5-star ascension thing because I was an idiot and I had COVID brain, I would have already pushed past. So I might even be able to get through. Do you think I could do all 75 of these in a week? I don't think I can. I was going to say I could even get to these by the champion. I could get to these by the champion chase next week and fuse Justiciar. I don't know that I could actually do all of them. I can complete all of them. I just don't know that I have the time because you have to wait for the potion keeps to cycle. And I'll probably get stuck on, I don't know if there are really any arena missions here. Other than just like reach silver 1, like I've already done that. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see how that plays out. Ibtisam, hello. I am doing well, thank you. Premier Craft, have you thought about Skullsworn? Maybe at one point, but I haven't recently. Matt Davis says, my first bomb on one-shot team had Hyria in it. Interesting. I only had her and Fatty, then now I have Longbeard and a spare Fatty. Okay, so Fat Man is a slightly better ally attack. It's 4 champions in the Bommel fight instead of 3. Caveman, see you later. Thanks for hanging out. This is my free-to-play challenge account. Yeah, this is my HH challenge account. So as you can see, you know, oh, yeah, Mordecai died. So this is where we lose the HP burns. And now it's just up to my 260s, right? If they survive and stay alive and do some damage, we can get, you know, 5.5 to 6 million die. You need like 5.6. I think you need 5.6 million or 5.7 million or something like that to 2 key. Because it's like 11.16 million or something like that. I don't know what it is. But it's a little bit over 11 million. And I've been able to 2 key it every day for the last like week. Maybe not quite a week. Maybe like 4 days. But this is the problem. Like, you know, so yeah, okay. So we're at 5.7. So we're probably fine with the 2 key right now. But when Rathalos is weak affinity, you know, he dies. But the problem is Rathalos and Mordecai are the same affinity. Mordecai dies, then the HP burn's not out. When the HP burn's not out, Rathalos doesn't hit nearly as hard. He still did 2.5 million, which is not bad, but as you can see, Athel did 2.7. So they're kind of neck and neck. All right, so now we are up to Justiciar. Now I think I have 2 of the Justiciar champs, and I have to farm the other 2. Yeah, I have a spare War Maiden that I got early on that I just held on to. I recently got a Diabolist who I can, you know, get to level 30 relatively easily. So we could do this tonight probably. I just have to go get Eris and Spirit Host. Now that can take a while. Sometimes you spend 1,000 energy to get these 2 champions, but I actually thought I had an Eris, but I guess that must have been on my Noob versus Pro account. I run too many accounts. Okay. How are we doing in the tournaments? Classic Arena Takedown. We're in 16th place. Oh, wait a second. I thought I saw one of the contestants from one of the content creators in there, but I didn't. Okay. So what do we want to do? Well, we've got 674 energy. We could go get our Hyria and our Spirit Host. Not our Hyria, our Eris and our Spirit Host. We could absolutely do that. We've got all this energy. Remember, we got to burn through this energy. I should put some into Fire Knight. But this is the other Sacred Shard. So this is the other Sacred Shard. So this is critically important. I need to get this Sacred Shard. So right now I am sitting on 2 Sacred Shards. But I have a chance to pick up 2 more, right? I have the challenge, Sacred Shard, and then I have the other Sacred Shard. So, you know, 4 Sacred Shards. I want to use them. I want to get some good champions. I've got 4 Void Shards. Just picked up one today. 45 Ancient Shards. 366 Mystery Shards. It's not enough. It's not enough for the fusion. It's not enough for the fusion. I'm not there. But sometimes when I'm just thinking about stuff and I'm like trying to get pumped, in my head, I hear Terrell Owens. I don't know if you know who Terrell Owens is. He's an American former NFL football player. He was a wide receiver. And this is this great, there's this great video of him. You probably don't care. But I'm going to do this anyway. Let's see. All right, I got to find this video. Sorry, I got to do a little search. All right. I can't believe we're going to do this, but this is great. All right. So this guy, 81 right here, this is Terrell Owens. Phenomenal wide receiver. Crazy personality. You know, really like boisterous. You know, sometimes labeled as, I mean, often labeled as like a locker room problem, but I actually think he wasn't. Not like one of my favorite players, but I respected the hell out of him. He was fun. But it's really funny because there's a point here where he's just like trying to get psyched up on the sideline. Watch what happens next. Wait. Let me back it up. Okay. Now, if you're a sports, you know, if you've ever played sports, if you're an athlete of any kind, this has got to be funny to you because he's like, nobody's talking to him. Nobody's talking to him. Look at the game. Everybody's just wandering around. There's no hype going on. And he's just on the sideline going, who can make a play? I can't. Like, he's doing a call and response with himself. Like, normally it would be like a teammate going, who can make a play? And somebody else would be like, I can't. You know, and it'd be like people would be getting pumped and they'd be jumping. He's literally just doing that by himself on the sideline. And he's like smacking somebody and somebody's like, yeah, okay, whatever. It's like the game hasn't even started yet. Or maybe it's like it's coming out at halftime. Who can make a play? I can. You know, like he's just pumped. And the funniest thing about this is like 20 years old. I swear to God, this happened in like, you know, 2001 or something. I don't know. It happened a long time ago, 2005 maybe. I saw this live with my roommate because we were like fantasy football nerds at that point. We were laughing. We were dying laughing. We just lost it. And ever since then, we would just occasionally walk around going, who can make a play? I can't. Like anytime I'm trying to get myself pumped up. So it's funny. Like we're talking about this fusion right now. We're talking about this fusion and I'm like, I can't do this fusion. I don't have the shards. And in the back of my head, who can make a play? I can. Who can make a play? I can. Like I'm just like, I can do this. T.O., you're right. You're right, buddy. I can make a play. I can do this. That's where I am right now. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to do this. I'm going to make it work. I'm going to come back. I'm going to show this HH challenge. I'm going to wreck this. I'm going to be one of like 3 players who gets this fusion done. That's what's going to happen. Who can make a play? I can. It's been part of the internal soundtrack of my life. Do you want to start a YouTube channel? Not really. That's hard. I'm not sure about that. Who can make a play? I can't. That's literally, it's the best voice to have inside your head. There's no point where, one, it makes me laugh every time. And it never fails to pump me up. Like, I'm jazzed right now. I'm like, let's crush this. Come on, T.O. If I ever meet him, if I ever, something like 20 years from now, you know, we'll both be old men. I'll be hanging out. I'll take my kid to Canton or something to show him the, you know, Football Hall of Fame. And T.O. will be there for some reason because they finally let him in or he finally agreed to go in. I think he's already in. You know, I'll be in Dallas. I don't know. I'll be traveling through Dallas and I'll see T.O. and I'll be like, who can make a play? I'll just scream at him across the street. I'll see him walking on the sidewalk and I'll just be like, who can make a play? I bet people do that to him all the time. I bet that's super annoying for him. I bet people are always yelling at him. Hey, T.O., who can make a play? And he'd probably be like, yeah, whatever. You know, like, but if he just went, I can't. Just one time for me, I'd be so pumped. I don't even care about football anymore. I don't even care. It's just part of my internal monologue. It would be so satisfying. Hey, T.O., huh? Who can make a play? I can't. I'd be like, yes. I need it. I want it. Got to be part of my life. I think that's going to become a new thing. I got to bring that back. All right, so I've got to go get... Sorry, that was a complete non sequitur for everybody else. I just had to let you in. That was a little sneak preview or inside look. That was a little insider look at my brain. In case you ever cared about what the heck was going on inside this noggin. You're like, what's going on with Colred these days? I don't know. Hey, Colred, what's up? Who can make a play? I'm so jazzed right now. I want to like go tackle the world. said I hope everybody else get, but here's all right. We haven't had a poll. We haven't had a poll in here in the whole day, so we got to do a poll. We always need a poll. This is a bad poll. This is a bad poll. Sorry, I apologize. Freaky gamer. I'm glad you shared that. Boxes. It hurts your soul to hear 2005 and pretty old in the same sentence. You got to admit, 2005 was a long time ago. That's 19 years. 19 years is old, right? And now you might be like 25 and you might hear, oh man, 2005 was a really long time ago. And you might be like, dude, I was 6. That was awesome. What are you talking about? It's not that long ago, or you might be like, yeah, it's really long ago. I feel super old because I'm 25. Like, screw all of that. I don't care. Time passes. I keep getting better. That's just the way life works, right? Like, we get smarter, more, like, we get balder and better looking. That's what happens. That's what happens. Yeah, I mean, whatever. I still play video games. I don't watch the NFL anymore. But yeah, 19 years is a long time. That's okay. Somebody was asking me about Skullsworn. Let me go look. Two hits on the A1, increase speed and counterattack. Fills us champions turn meter by 50% on criticals hits. Fill champions turn meter by 50%. That's not bad. That's not bad for clan boss. But I have Beardell Fellhammer, who I would absolutely build before that. In fact, I could just build him right now. He's got a double hitter on his A1, triple hitter on his A2. He's got a counterattack every single turn, so he'll always do a counterattack there. So I would do him before Skullsworn, right? Absolutely. He's a better champion. He's a natural 4-star. So why not? I may just use him as a Fire Knight solution. The issue with that one is as I level up, to have the counterattack really be viable and all that stuff, if you're not using turn meter decrease, is that you have to be survivable. Now he's tanky, which is nice. So he's going to be survivable, but that probably means taking him to 5 stars. I don't love him. I don't think he's a great champion for a lot of stuff, but he's good for Fire Knight. He can also be an okay mischief tank. And if I get into Hydra, like as an early game mischief tank, he could potentially work because the resistance levels aren't crazy. And he always has the counterattack up. It's 100%. It goes up every single turn. So he does potentially solve 2 problems for me. And running him at level 50 might be enough because you can run tanks at level 50. You can't really run damage dealers at level 50 and have them be effective. So he's my most likely solution. Currently, I would love to pull like a Fenshi. Fenshi would be gorgeous on this account. Then I wouldn't have to build my Hyria because now I have a better clan boss damage dealer, right? I wouldn't have to build Petrifia. I could just go right to Fenshi. So that would be a huge win for my account is pulling a Fenshi, I think. There are some other champions that I think could be really good. I would like an Ashma. She could be really nice. She'd be a great clan boss damage dealer. And she could help me out in a bunch of places as well. But so, Fenshi solves he's a boss killer. I have boss killers to a certain extent. I just don't have multi-hit boss killers. So then the other question is, could I get, you know, like a support champion who gives me a lot, who's got multi-hits? You know, and it's like, I don't know. I mean, we're going to get High Katoon tomorrow, in fact, I think, or whatever, in like 4 days. Whenever, no, tomorrow. We're getting it tomorrow. So, you know, so High Katoon could be great too, because High Katoon has a slow on her A1, has turn meter decrease on her A3, I think it is, right? And her A2 is her speed boost. You know, she doesn't synergize perfectly with Apothecary because you waste some speed buffs there, but you can like alternate their skill usage, which could be nice. And so I'm tempted to do that. You know, that could be something we could. Yeah. So he pulled Netheril and Herndig yesterday on 11 shards. Congratulations. Warren Palmer says, I tell my wife I am better looking bald now than ever, yet to get that across the line. Well, Warren, the good news is I was already bald when I met with my wife. So she didn't, I mean, she's seen pictures, but you know, she when she met me, she was like, ooh, he's attractive. She thought I was attractive with my bald head. So she likes my baldness. And that's, you know, that's good, because so do I. She actually asked me the other day, we were talking about it for some reason, and she was like, if you could just like wave a magic wand and get all your hair back instantaneously, would you do it? And I said, I probably would. Because in the winter, like it could be warmer to have a little bit of hair. And sometimes it's cold, you know. But I would keep shaving my head. Like I wouldn't have this shininess as much, you know. I would have this, but I would have that everywhere. And, you know, so I might do that or no, because honestly, like I haven't gone to a barber shop in 15 years or longer, you know. I haven't had to buy a bottle of shampoo in 15 years or longer. I haven't had to blow dry my hair in 15 years or longer. You know, it's like the amount of savings in terms of time, money, and energy spent on hair, like when you're bald, it's just so great. Like you do have to shave it every once in a while. You have to moisturize. You have to put sunscreen on. You have to wear a hat. Like there are maintenance. There are issues, you know, but they're really minimal. They're really minimal. The downside might be that when like I'm 85, there's going to be all sorts of gross stuff on my head. Who knows? You know, like that could happen. You've seen bald heads like that. I'm trying to take care of it now so that it doesn't get into that place. But we've all seen those bald guys who have pretty disgusting scalps. And like you can't hide it, right? Can't cover it with your hair. So but all right. So this is the rest of my evening. I'm going to try to farm these two champions, get ready to fuse the Justiciar, and then we'll fuse Relic Keeper. And yeah, that's it. That's it. That's all we're doing. And then maybe we'll get into some Fire Knight a little bit down the line. So let's see how the poll went. So on 18 votes, we got I can 61. Who can make a play? I can 61% of the time. TO can 6% of the time. You can 6% of the time, which is one person. And then 2 can. I can. TO can. You can. 2 can. And 28% of you took the troll option. Whenever I put the troll option in, it's usually a healthy choice for a lot of my audience. It's really funny. I think of you as I think of all of you you troll lovers as Suns fans because he's the troll. I'm so not a troll. I don't know, but I always put in a troll option, and it's always like 30 to 40% of people pick the troll option. So that's fine. You know, clearly I'm friends with him, so I appreciate all of you as well. I'm just giving you a hard time. But 2 can. All right. So I haven't went to a barber shop since I graduated college in 03, but my hair is nearly down to my ass. Well, that's a different kind of not going to a barber shop. Yeah. All right. Well, listen, thanks so much for hanging out, everybody. I do want to remind you that we have launched the new channel, Cole Red Plays. You'll find a link to it in on the main YouTube page, and I think maybe not in the description of this video, but we'll try to put it up so it's just up there. We are playing Pal World at the moment. We'll be live streaming Pal World on Sunday. Sun will be with me. My editor, whose name is Sun, will be with me, and we'll do that. Oh, Graybeard, that's nice. That could do a little bit of work for me. Okay. It's the wrong rare, of course. Right? It's the wrong rare, but it is a rare. So now I got to go 200 more rounds or whatever it is to get my spirit hose. But yeah, Sun will be with me on Sunday. We'll be playing together. We'll be having some fun. We've got a new video out. I think it launched yesterday on that channel. So if you could go over there and give that channel some love, if you like Pal World content or you're just interested in maybe seeing what the game is about, that would be awesome. And if not, then, you know, keep hanging out here. All right. Thanks so much. Sun, are you around? Are you even here? Let me check. No, he's not. He's in the other room. Probably working. Also, don't forget the fusion guide is up on this site right now. So if you're looking for a little bit of help figuring out if you can do this fusion, it's not my best fusion guide, but it's not bad. It's pretty good. It's a good analysis. I was in my head a little bit. So anyway, thanks so much, everybody. And I will see you in another video on another channel or on this channel pretty soon. Have a good one.